during 2021, we should be able to manufacture a lot of vaccines, and that vaccine key goal is to stop the transmission, to get the immunity levels up so that you get almost no infection going on whatsoever. Everyone who takes the vaccine is not just protecting themselves, but reducing their transmission to other people and allowing society to get back to normal.
We can kind of almost see the end. We're vaccinating so very fast. Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else. It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people. That means the vaccines will get us to the end of this.
Essentially, vaccines block you from getting and giving the virus.
Fully vaccinated people are at a very, very low risk of getting COVID-19. Therefore, if you've been fully vaccinated, you no longer need to wear a mask.
When people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected. We have all the vaccines we need. We just need our people to take it. A, for their own protection, for the protection of their family, but also to break the chain of transmission. You want to be a dead end to the virus. So when the virus gets to you, you stop it. You don't allow it to use you as the stepping stone to the next person. I think given the country as a whole, the fact that we have now about 50% of adults fully vaccinated and about 62% of adults having received at least one dose, as a nation, I feel fairly certain you're not going to see the kind of surges we've seen in the past.
If you're vaccinated, you're not going to be hospitalized, you're not going to be in an ICU unit, and you're not going to die. You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 208, the COVID cover-up, with special guest
Tiffany Cianci.
And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
There we go. We're rocking and rolling, guys. We are here. We are live. We are coming to you all afternoon today on this Tuesday. This is the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the non-tribal approach to news show network. We're here Tuesdays, Thursdays, all afternoon. And what we're doing today on this show, well, you guys, if you saw the thumbnail, the COVID cover-up. And, this one hits close to home for us. I mean, so close to home that we're literally looking at why we even started doing the show in the first place was this issue. And I think that, what is the breaking issue for people? What is that moment? What is that topic? What is that thing that gets in you so deep that it shifts your world perspectives? It shifts everything for you. And you get out of that tribal thinking. You get out of that place where you are so dependent on your team telling you what to think and feel and how to behave and who to be mad at and how to process everything, because there's so much to process. What is that issue? Could it be this one? Could this be the one right now that wakes people up right now in 2026? Maybe it didn't work for them. They were, had their ears covered and their eyes closed and all of that, and the mouth shut, right? Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. They were doing that for the last 6 years. And maybe now this could be the issue. This is it. This is the one that got us to do this show. The fact that it was so freaking obvious, something was off, and it was not a political issue. It was not a left versus right. They told us it was, and that should have been a red flag for you right there. And looking back, we understand that the policies conducted by the Biden administration, Trump's first term and Trump's current term, it's all the same. It's all the same policy. Different catch lines during campaign season, obviously different ways you talk to your base, but at the end of the day, it's the same policy. So mini wins here and there. We're going to get to some of those, but it's actually going on quite a stretch at this point to call these things mini wins. But we do look at case by case when the news breaks. So we'll determine whether or not it's something that would benefit people or not benefit people. But overall, there is the same plot in place. Doesn't matter who's in charge, to keep us pitted against each other and do things to us on purpose. These are not accidents. So if anything, we should be ready to understand that that's the mindset we have to be in every single time, unless proven otherwise. So we go into it skeptical, right? So today this is no exception to this rule. We have to apply, go into everything skeptically. What is the thing you're not telling us? And we can do that when we're fully detached from that tribal mindset, fully detached from that place where our goal is to win and the other team to lose. We're not playing that game anymore. Here on the Homeless Left, it's about all of us being homeless together, wherever you're coming from. We welcome you to the channel. We welcome you to this space. We are about community. We're not about tribe. What's the difference, you ask? What's the difference? Tribe has rules. Tribe has authoritative structure in place about what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say. There's hero worship involved with tribal think. We don't do hero worship. So there's a lot of differences. Community is about anybody can walk in the door, feel part of something, and you don't have to check boxes to get in, and you certainly don't have to check boxes to stay in. The only thing is we just treat each other with respect, and that's it, decency. Other than that, we're free to argue, disagree, debate. Discourse is not just accepted, it's healthy. It's actually something that we look forward to, because when we can challenge our own thoughts with new thoughts, that helps us be stronger ultimately. That's the thing. That's one of the biggest tricks they played on us, and it worked. They told us that conversations were dangerous. They told us that we were too fragile to understand what is real, what is fake, and that we have to rid the world of misinformation. Otherwise, we might end up drinking bleach because CNN told us that our president told us that, even though he didn't. But do you guys understand? That's the part that we're not falling for anymore. We're here to have discussions, to argue sometimes. But the goal, and this is the part, this is probably the most important part. The goal in the discussions, in the debating, in the discourse, the goal is not to win the debate. You don't win Jeopardy and get the cash prize. The goal is to go for understanding. It's no longer winning and losing, red versus blue, black versus white, all the rest. We're going for understanding, and we're going for the embetterment of humanity overall, and the ability for people to have happy, fulfilling lives. That's all we're championing, whatever that looks like. And it looks like this. It looks like we have the same enemy, the same common foe, if you will. And they don't want us to know this. They don't want us to know this, that we're all together fighting that very powerful few, that Epstein elite class, those psychopath, warmongering, pedo protector, pedo engaging, not to mention child eating, warmongering, sick psychopaths. And we say this a lot on the show because we got to remind ourselves that's who we're up against. That's who we're up against. Okay. Without further ado, let's get into the show here and just let you know what's coming up. Obviously, we're doing a lot on COVID today, but that's not it. We have some overall MAHA discussion, health and food and poison and all this stuff. It's all related. We're going to be bringing in guest TIFFANY CIANCI, top of the hour. That's going to be awesome discussion. We also got to talk about the Colombia earthquake. Also what's going on with this Iran deal, which doesn't exist, by the way. It never did. So we're going to look at that. We're going to have Jay Scott coming on later, talk about that, as well as some other economic issues. And we also have to look at, particularly today, about the Democratic Party and their attempt, and they're doing this right now, their attempt to herd everyone back in to the two-party duopoly war party, as they are pretending that Kamala and all the rest are now empathizing with the Free Palestine movement. Ooh, how exciting. Ooh, that's going to be fun. Oh, I can't wait for that one. All right. So again, without further ado, let's do this. We're gonna hold off on real fake news just for a moment, because I do think we need to cover the top story. We'll get to the top story just a second here. I just want to make sure that we're all lined up on our channels right now. I think we're looking pretty sharp here. At least at the beginning, things get a little rough with the algorithm. And of course, what do we do? What are we doing? Calling the show the COVID cover up. We're just asking for censorship today, guys. We're just asking for shadow banning. I don't know why we do this to ourselves. We literally shoot ourselves in our own foot, which is what you're actually experiencing right now. We're actually doing that. It's like some would call it sadomasochistic, right? That you would just purposely hurt yourself because for some reason we take pleasure in it. But the pleasure we get in is that we are not compromising anything. We are not apologizing for anything. We got to cover the COVID stuff. That's why we're doing it. And we'll take the punishment as we are, we're ready for whatever they can dish out to us. So you guys just help us out. That's the Rumble channel. That's the one they never pulled the plug on, but there is shadow banning that goes on there. This is the new YouTube channel, THL Presents, because they took off our first one. It doesn't exist anymore. They told us that our conversations were too dangerous over at Google and YouTube, too dangerous for the community. We got to keep the community safe, but this is our new channel. So please help us get the word out on this one. We've had some crazy roller coaster engagement on there. Sometimes, 500 people are watching. Sometimes we got 100,000, believe it or not. We've had 100,000, and it's been like this. It's crazy. It's so weird, but we're just going to keep going. Doesn't matter. We're also on X, and you guys can watch us there and make sure you follow us there, especially the Matt Weinglass one, because that's where I kind of do the lead work on the show, and I kind of put stuff together and let you guys know what we're going to be at, not just on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but other days and other shows and other outlets that we appear on throughout the weeks as well. So and then I guess we're still doing Twitch just for fun, whatever. See how that is. I get a couple people have tuned in there. Okay, I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and start the top story right now. It's not exactly breaking news, but we do have to cover this. You guys have probably heard this. So let's look at CNN's updated report on the earthquake. So CNN is reporting that over 200 are dead in Colombia earthquake, with rescuers unable to reach the epicenter yet. And the epicenter would be like the heart of where the earthquake struck. We're going to look at that in just a moment. The UN is warning that food distribution will be crucial in coming days, with numbers of missing people forecast to rise, obviously, because we always see these numbers rise several days after. So that these numbers are not definitive by any means. Isn't it interesting that the picture here, and I'm just going to point this out, we're talking about rescuers and food distribution, and I just can't help but think of Gaza. I just can't help but think of these things that we were told that we weren't allowed to support the flotilla and the food aid, right? Because they were terrorists going to try and help innocent people. So it kind of rubs me wrong that we're going to pretend right now that now, in this situation, now it's okay to care about people trapped under rubble, innocent children, innocent people, just like buried under rubble. Now we can be concerned about it. Okay. But putting that part aside, so here's just the latest. So you guys know it was a 7.4. It's one of several. We've had several over 7.0s just in the last couple months. In fact, the ones and we covered the Venezuela earthquakes that were back-to-back 7.0s. There was a 7.3 and a 7.2. In fact, it was in reverse order. It was 7.2. You can't even call it an aftershock because the aftershock was bigger than the first one. Within seconds, the 7.3 happened. So, and then we're seeing these simultaneously earthquakes happening all over the place in Japan. And then there's places weird, oddly enough, over at Area 51, you had a massive amount of weird earthquake happenings. And this all happened at the same time. So let's look at this one the best we can, because it is fairly new. So it looks like the government has declared a national disaster. Well, let's hope. And world leaders have offered assistance. Okay. as that's usually the playbook here. Struggle of survivors. A senior UN worker warned, and this is what we're saying: the food distribution is crucial, obviously, in coming days. So one indigenous leader who lives near the epicenter of the quake says they have yet to receive help, of course, because they can't actually get to that center point. It's impossible to actually get there. So they're kind of just stuck with no help. Again, kind of reminds you of Gaza. Kind of does, right? Except that just doesn't get reported in the same way, obviously. Okay, so this is obviously a terrible situation. The people are helpless. One's describing this like a scene of a horror movie. But this is the map. If you can see, the epicenter would be in the red. This is where it was the most damaging, and they cannot seem to get there right now. So the people there are kind of trapped, and there's no way to even know the number count right now as far as how many are missing, and won't be recovered. So there's that. And like we would, like CNN would just kind of keep you updated on the numbers and stay a little distant from it. We're a little more curious on timeline. We're a little more curious on what might have caused this. We know there's technology available to cause earthquakes. We've seen that over and over. So we should be asking those questions right now. Well, first of all, let's just look at some of the footage that came out. This was Al Jazeera putting this out right away yesterday morning, Monday, when this thing occurred. And the footage, it's pretty disturbing. Here's some of it from Al Jazeera. And this is when the death count was only at 111. It's now at 200. It's gonna go up from there, as we can absolutely assume that number will continue to rise.
Así está aquí estos momentos. Se nos habla de muchas personas.
Por acá, ¿qué pasó?
And that was pretty disturbing as it is, but then more now, we can go on social media and find that, people, they are uploading directly raw footage directly to Twitch, directly to Twitter. It's pretty insane. So somebody put a little clip show together. This stuff's even more disturbing. You guys can see it does kind of feel apocalyptic. And this looks like a blockbuster horror film, like a Armageddon Michael Mann film when you watch this.
Daños completos.
So hopefully, people got out of those buildings before that happened. Obviously, we can't assume that. Obviously there are casualties, so that's probably not the case for everybody. So very chilling stuff. But let's look a little closer at timing, because what we have here is quite disturbing when it comes to hold on here. When it comes to the timestamp of how Colombia itself has been responding to this. So let's look. So this happened early Monday, and here's what came out from the Colombia administration. Now, you know that they just went through an inauguration of the new president, who was 100% backed by U.S. and Israel, and he put Israel first in his inauguration. We'll get to that clip if you guys don't know. So this is from Suppressed News, who says This is insane. At the time of the earthquake, they decided to make a statement for Israel instead of addressing their people. Yeah, this was at exactly the same time that Colombia was suffering this 7.4 earthquake, but their government decided that it was time to recognize Golan as part of Israel. Wow, how odd is that? I mean, we're not shocked, but it's pretty infuriating. So yeah, this is Colombia recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And then we have the new president-elect, who's now the official president after his inauguration, which was a few days before. He's saying on camera, as he's becoming the new president of Colombia, he's saying, yes, viva Israel, like literally as he becomes president. This just happened right before. Here it is.
Amén. Viva Colombia y viva Israel.
That's one of the cabinet members, but that's the language that they've been doing that throughout the whole campaign season. Netanyahu obviously has been cheering from the sideline, so his thumbprint and footprint is all over this. So what does that have to do with the earthquake? Well, we're referencing Venezuela because we understand that when the Western Empire goes in and kidnaps their president, and then you're understanding that there is some sort of like capture, not just of the minerals and the resources, which we know very well is what they do. They go in and they steal all of the resources, all in the area. But it's also about stealing the hearts and souls of the people there themselves, as we've seen in Argentina, as we've seen in Peru, as we've seen all over. It's happening in Brazil right now. But Colombia has been captured. The election was said to be an absolute sham. Israel capturing this thing from the advance and putting in the people that they want in, to then again on day one recognizing Israel. So is this bad luck? The earthquake could have been bad luck. It really could have. However, we do know that we have HARP technology that is very sophisticated and can cause weather modification and create situations like this where humanitarian aid shows up, as we know that it's already happened in Venezuela. We know about Smart Aid. That's Israel was first on the scene. The Clinton Foundation was first on the scene in Venezuela to look for all the missing kids who we still haven't found. So we have to keep an eye on this one and see what is going to happen with the missing people. And if anybody there on the ground can report any shenanigans, we're going to have a very difficult time getting there ourselves. So we have to keep some sort of opportunity of communication open so we can see if anybody is seeing some suspicious shit, like Israeli flags showing up as they're digging through rubble looking for kids. That should never be a thing. We should never have IDF soldiers looking through rubble for missing kids. They have lost their privilege of doing that long ago, because we know how they treat children in rubble. It's something you want them as far away as possible. So we'll keep an eye on this. We are, hearts go out to the Colombian people, and at least the UN is taking this seriously. Unfortunately, now we're taking. I want to say unfortunately, but isn't it interesting? Again, it's a weird thing when Eric Daughtry's tweeting this out, that after a fatal earthquake in Colombia, Secretary Marco Rubio has pledged a full support to the people in Colombia. Of course he has, but we don't have support to anyone else that we destroy, right? So okay. So this alignment, obviously, between President Esperala and Trump, this solidifies that arrangement, because the Trump administration is closely monitoring the large earthquake that struck Colombia and stands ready to support the people of Colombia. So this is how you merge these two governments together. He says, pray for the victims. Colombia is about to become an incredible ally of America, and he tweets this as if this is a good thing. It is not a good thing. This is how you create these attachments that won't ever unattach. And so that's how it works. That's the imperialist model. And then we can present this. Look at us. We have hearts. We care. We're gonna be there for Colombia. Really? And we're gonna steal everything there while we're there. Not just the resources, not just the minerals and all the oil and all the everything. What we're also stealing is the hearts and minds of the people of Colombia. And that's just as important a part of the equation. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this story for you guys as it unfolds. All right, let's move on to we got to get on to real fake news. This is a good one. Okay. Okay, cool. I see some of you guys' super chats coming in. We'll get to those a little later, but I gotta rush this next one, or get to it at least. We have time, because we're gonna have our guest come in top of the hour, and we're really excited about that. So without further ado, I think we're just gonna get right into this next one. Yeah, we don't need, you guys know we don't need a break around here. We just go right in. We just go right into it. Okay, here we go, guys. This is the big one. This is a doozy. Hold on to your seats. Time for some real fake news. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Well, we had some new revealing information that came out thanks to a couple of the guys running this Fauci hearing team, the committee, the Senate committee, particularly Ron Johnson, who, for whatever reason, the timing of this was that he felt this was the time to release publicly some text messages regarding Fauci and his communication with the CDC and how they purposely hid the vaccine injuries that were happening specifically to women who were pregnant. And those pregnant women had a massive amount of health problems, including about 85% of them experienced miscarriages. That's right, due to the COVID vaccine. Fauci knew this. The entire CDC knew this. And now the public knows this. So what will this change? Well, let's see, first and foremost, how, since this is real fake news, how does the media respond to this when they were part of the problem the entire way throughout COVID? Let's remind you CNN and their initial interpretation of the Fauci hearings. This is just a week ago, and how they presented to their audience about, oh, there's nothing to see here, guys. It's just a guy bragging in his diary, or more, even worse, he's not bragging. He's just trying to work out some kinks. It's really hard. It's hard to be a public servant. It's hard to be a celebrity. So they really want us to know what a challenging job Fauci has.
Natalie's introduction, she mentioned that the diary entries sometimes indicate that Dr. Fauci's reveling in his fame. There is an awareness in reading the public diaries that he is very aware of his own public profile. So one of the risks, as you know, of celebrity in politics is people start making decisions with an eye towards the camera. Does that happen in medicine when a public health leader is being lauded on cameras almost on a daily basis? Does that influence the way perhaps a public health official or a doctor makes decisions and recommendations?
So I want to say I've actually read all of the pages of the diary.
Okay.
There's 2 releases, 1,100 and then some almost 500.
Right.
Most of his comments are actually about the pressure it was creating and the harassment and death threats and what that led to in terms of security. So that's actually...
You got to be effing kidding me. Most of them were, I read all of them. Most of them were just, he's the victim. This is absolutely disgusting. They're doing this now. Like, this isn't us going back in time and seeing the propaganda for King Fauci, King Science, King Humanity. If you have a problem with them, shut your effing mouth. This is now. This is what they're doing now. I read all 1,100 pages, and that's really all that's there. Nothing else to see here, guys.
And then some almost 500.
Right.
Most of his comments are actually about the pressure it was creating and the harassment and death threats and what that led to in terms of security. So that's actually most of his comments about the fame. Who here has not taken a selfie with a celebrity who's been here in the studio?
Right.
And I'm going to say it's basically everybody, right?
Yeah.
It's human nature.
It's human
to want to lean into the limelight.
It's human nature.
And he had it.
He had it, but if
It's like taking selfies, guys. Fauci had the same instinct we all have, just to be around celebrities and do selfies and red carpet opportunities. That's all it was.
If you look at the preponderance of his comments, most of them are actually concerns about this is making me really uncomfortable. I'm uneasy. This is leading to these security issues.
I'm uncomfortable being a celebrity. I don't even want this job. I just want to be a normal guy. I can't help myself, because with great power comes great responsibility. Blah, blah, blah. Stop it with your superhero bullshit. Seriously, CBS mornings, stop it with your effing bullshit. I said that's with CNN earlier, just a correction. This was CBS, but this is what they were all doing. This is what they've all been doing. They're doing it right now. So what are you going to say to this? This is the thing. Again, Ron Johnson puts this out strategically right now. He didn't just discover it. He's known about it. So why now? Well, we'll answer that. We'll try to answer that question in a moment. But this is the actual thing. That January 2021, Fauci was absolutely 100% concerned, and he understood very clearly that the second dose, as he says in these text messages, theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. So this is Ron Johnson and Rand Paul releasing these texts that they're saying are verified to be released for the public consumption. They're careful. They don't want to, incriminate innocent people in these things. So they're very careful about what they put out. But again, there's a reason it's happening right now, and they're holding on to other texts that they haven't put out. So it's just this very brief little snippet. It's a preview of maybe more texts. So he says, while I've been conducting oversight for years, now that we have the documents and Fauci's government-issued phone, my investigation has only just begun. Okay, fair enough. Well, here's this is the one that's been going around. If you guys haven't seen it, this is literally Fauci saying, I asked around a bit more, and another issue came up that you need to be aware of, since many people have significant can't read this on my end. Okay. Storm of fever after the second dose. It's theoretically that could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. He's pointing this out. And what is the response to this concern? Well, this is from Dr. Walensky, the head of the CDC, saying, yeah, definitely a good point, especially after dose 2. Oh yeah, we're seeing this now. So who's reporting on this? That we know, we are, and people that have been yelling about this, obviously we're showing you guys, but this is interesting. I'm just pointing this out. Ryan Grimm's sharing this out. He never covers COVID ever. There's a lot of people in our space that never talk about COVID. They pushed it. They pushed the vaccine when they got it, and then they slowly stopped talking about it. Some I have to give some credit that never mentioned it at all, kept their own vaccine status private. I can't remember. I think Ryan did share his. He was like, yeah, I'm getting the vaccine. But then just doesn't. You're a journalist. You don't cover COVID. And it's weird. So this part good, that all of a sudden people that just have more important things to cover, which there's important things, Israel and all this other shit. There's a lot of AI stuff. There's a lot of stories that we need to spend time on. But it's funny that guys, and I'm just using him as an example, but he's saying now these folks here that have not covered this topic, that wanted it to be in the rearview mirror, all of a sudden have to say something about it, because this is journalism. You have to say this. You have to say, yes, this is from Fauci, and it's infuriating. If they had these concerns about the second dose potentially causing fetal abnormalities or miscarriage, the duty of a public health official is to inform the public. Now, the problem is that we've already known all this the whole time. That's the thing. So Ryan Grimm needed to see the text messages, but he's a journalist. He should have known this stuff. We've had all the information the whole time. Just to be 100% clear, guys, we've had this information. So the people that maybe the public that generally isn't wired to be suspicious or to look into things, okay, hopefully this will change a few minds. But it's interesting that now is the time. It's okay to be concerned now as a journalist, as a left-leaning anti-imperialist journalist. Now it's okay to be concerned because we've seen the actual text messages. Okay, well let's remind you guys how bad it actually got. This is an actual Fauci presentation, and when you think about the CBS and the CNN and all the different people out there still trying to tell you that Fauci did the best he could with what he had at the time, knowing that he knew this stuff. This is him doing a presentation with slides. Next slide. He does this with full conviction and full confidence. And if you believed the bullshit at the time, you ate this shit up, and this affected your life. And he is absolutely responsible for killing a lot of people because of these type of presentations.
I would like to now update you on COVID-19 vaccination in pregnancy. Next slide. It is very clear now, as I'll show you in a moment, that there are severe adverse outcomes for mother and baby during COVID-19 infection. Therefore, it is extremely important for pregnant women and women planning to get pregnant to get vaccinated. Next slide. Let's look at these adverse events that I mentioned a moment ago. From this CDC MMWR from over a year ago, if you look at an analysis of about 400,000 women and look at the risk ratio of things like intensive care admission, invasive ventilation, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation or ECMO, or death, they all have an increased risk ratio. Next slide. If you look at total numbers, total number of cases of pregnant women with COVID-19 from January 2020 to August 2021, there have been about 110,000 cases, about 19,000 hospitalizations, and 131 deaths. Indeed, COVID-19 in pregnancy is serious. Next slide. Let's take a look at some of those risk factors which increase the possibility and probability of severe illness. One is age, 25 years of age and older, occupation, pre-pregnancy obesity, and chronic diseases like lung disease, hypertension, and pregestational diabetes mellitus. Next slide. What about the safety of COVID-19 vaccines in pregnant women? In over 35,000 participants that were followed in the V-Safe,
here we go.
There were no obvious safety signals among pregnant women who received an mRNA COVID-19 vaccine.
What? No obvious signals? Really? Oh, he must just be he must just be overwhelmed with the death threats and the celebrity status. It's hard for him to communicate this. He must be under a lot of pressure. That must be it, right?
Next slide. And if you look at the immunogenicity in pregnant and lactating women, you see potent antibody and T-cell responses, as well as cross-reactive immune response against a number of variants. Next slide. If you look then at breast milk, another advantage of getting a pregnant woman vaccinated is that when that woman breastfeeds, it passes by passive immunization, a specific IgA and IgG antibodies in breast milk that was seen in a study with a 6-week follow-up period. Again, antibodies found in breast milk show strong neutralization of virus.
So he's just making shit up. None of this is true. It's all bullshit. He's literally just lying, as his job is just to lie. Lie. And again, I don't want to lessen the impact of the fact that this is a known fact now, that this is out in the public. It's great. But he didn't do this on, let's be clear, he didn't do this on his own. But let's see how Fox is, because between all the networks, Fox is the most likely to cover at least a little of this, just because they've had Ron Johnson on and he's had this relationship, and not all the hosts are down for him, but because a lot of them, obviously they pushed this thing just like all the rest, but there is a little breathing room to cover this. And so this clip stuck out because people seem to be affected. And remember, the newscasters that are talking to you, even just to be honest, for just 30 seconds of their airtime now in 2026, you can hear it in their voice that they are also feeling that regret and that fear. Isn't that funny? The fear that they pushed on us, they're now feeling actual fear, not contrived fake fear, but real fear. And it's interesting to understand all the levels of what's going on here. But here, this again, Fox is at least showing you about these texts. Here it is.
Shock and outrage over Dr. Fauci's newly released text messages revealing his private concerns about the COVID vaccine and the risk of miscarriages back in 2021, just 1 month before he declared a very different story.
So hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman devastated, reacting, quote, Neary and I had 7 miscarriages trying to have a second child during COVID, and then time ran out. What was he thinking?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God is right. Oh, my God is right. And they're going to give Bill Ackman a platform because of his billionaire status. But, I mean, there's obviously a million other people out there with this problem. And you guys might know some. It's one of those things where great. Thank you for airing this. But 6 years late, 5 years late, we knew all this. And what questions were you asking? Were you and your wife asking when after number 6 or 7 miscarriage? Who were you listening to? And let me be clear. This isn't they're going to try this bad apple thing that Fauci is the sole evil guy behind this. But unfortunately, that's going to result in him taking the fall, the public shaming, which that's all this is. It's ritualistic. We can sense that the whole way. Everything about this hearing has been ritualistic. He's getting a slap on the wrist for the contempt of court. We covered that last week. On one hand, yes, people can now connect the dots. People that were unwilling to say why I'm having health problems, but at the same time, I keep getting another jab. I keep getting another jab. I keep getting another jab. I have people warning me, stop doing it. I've been calling them names, telling them to shut up. And then you having these miscarriages happen. And then now, okay, so now you're connecting the dots. Great. But we're not going to, the system itself is not going to allow the entire thing to come unfolded. They're not. It's going to be a bad apple slap on the wrist. But if we want to start that investigation, we should. We've had folks like Dr. David Martin on the show. He talks about, we know this. We know where this thing actually came from. We know this thing came from North Carolina, Chapel Hill, the university campus. They created it in the lab and they shipped it to Wuhan. We know all this. So everything about this is on purpose. None of this is an accident. This isn't just, oh, Fauci, oopsie, I have to cover my ass. I don't want to look bad. So I'm gonna tell people to be quiet and let me look and figure out what happened. No, this whole thing was all done on purpose. And we'll circle back to that in just a moment. But let's just be clear that Fauci could not have done this on his own. Even if you guys aren't aware of how deep this goes, this was a NATO operation. This was top down. We know we've talked to all sorts of experts on the show about this. We've talked to Peter McCullough. We've talked to Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. We've talked to so many that have come on the show and shared this with us. We're actually hoping to get Dr. David Martin back on to have a follow-up about this, about the bioweapon part of this. But if you guys are just starting to go down the rabbit hole, great. Welcome to reality. Welcome to the we've been had. Welcome to we welcome you here. So let's start a little bit of the first step in the rabbit hole is looking at the CDC director herself, who was on the other end of these texts. So why isn't she on? That should be the first question you guys are asking. Why isn't this piece of shit on trial in a hearing right now? Why isn't she asking to take the fifth? And what's going on there? Why is she being protected?
Safe to get vaccinated while you're breastfeeding.
It absolutely is safe to get vaccinated. So I would
lying piece of shit, but go on.
Say, if you are thinking about getting vaccinated, there is no bad time to get vaccinated. Get vaccinated while you're thinking about having a baby, before you're thinking about having a baby, while you're pregnant with your baby, or after you've delivered your baby. There is no bad time.
There's no bad time, as she says. That's Rochelle Walensky. She's now the ex-director of the CDC. She's not getting it wrong accidentally. She's lying to you on purpose. Do you guys understand that? They had all the data they needed. They suppressed it on purpose. You know that Pfizer obviously hid all of the side effects. They wanted to hide it for 75 years. J&J was putting out their COVID vaccine with a list of side effects, and you opened up the damn thing, and there was a blank page. It literally was a blank page, and it was like you had to unfold it like 7 times, and it was like this, like a big white sheet of nothing. That's not a typo. That's on purpose. All of it is on freaking purpose. And we're not going to get to the real part of this until we start holding the other people accountable, not just Fauci. And understand this, guys, is I know it's great, Ron Johnson, doing this and Rand Paul doing that, but they're not walking on eggshells. What they're doing is they're doing it's a controlled op, where they're allowed to do certain things at certain times, like release these text messages, very much spread it out. This is called a slow roll. That's a way you get the public to very gradually change their overall perspective of something once it's far in the distant past, while they hold on to present beliefs. And that's why during COVID you could have a show. You guys remember the what was that one? I'm blanking on the Amazon show, or was it Hulu with Michael Keaton? And it was about the opioid epidemic. And it's like, that's okay to be reflective on something that was from 2005, came out during the lockdown. So we're in COVID lockdown. We're watching this show while you're locked down, and they're saying, oh yeah, there was some really bad shit going on in 2005. But 15 years later, oh no, this is legit. This checks out. So this is a slow roll where they'll make a show about this in another 15 years. That's how let's work. But we have to remember and look at timestamps. It's always important to do that. Look at timestamps and see. We can see everybody that was guilty of this, not just Fauci and not just Walensky. There are others as well. I would say, and since this is Real Fake News Update, let's remember all of the psychopath newscasters that aren't actually newscasters. They're propagandists. That's why we do this segment, a Real Fake News Update, because those guys' job has been to protect pharma the whole time. Their shows are literally brought to you by pharma. Here's a little clip show to remind you this is an actual story that CNN ran, Anderson Cooper ran, an actual hit piece where they went after a doctor for spreading what? Misinformation. Pay attention to what the misinformation was that was being spread at the time. And that concerned Anderson Cooper face, that, that one, that, he learned that from Rachel Maddow, that whole, I'm concerned. We're looking into it. Yeah. What are you looking into? And why is there no apologies being issued for this garbage?
Administration has come down hard on vaccine misinformation, but one Florida doctor has seemingly gone to great lengths to perpetuate it. 360's Randy Kay now with the story, the hunt to find him, and the reasons behind his actions.
He is the ultimate super spreader, not of the coronavirus, experts say, but of misinformation about COVID-19. His name is Dr. Joseph Mercola.
It is very likely that most people in America, if not the vast majority of people in America, have seen misinformation that has originated with this super spreader of lies and misinformation.
That's exactly why the Center for Countering Digital Hate, a nonprofit tracking misinformation about COVID online, put Dr. Mercola, an osteopathic physician, at the top of its disinformation dozen. A list of 12 people, the group says, were the source for sharing 65% of all anti-vaccine messaging on Facebook and Twitter from February 1st through mid-March. We tried to track down Dr. Mercola to ask him about the misinformation he's been posting, like masks may not work, vaccines could be dangerous.
Yeah, masks may not work and vaccines could be dangerous. Oh my God, the horror. Well, CNN, you're doing some good work there. Good work. You're going to get a bonus from Pfizer directly for your good investigation work here.
And vitamin C and D can prevent or treat the coronavirus.
Vitamin C and D? How dare you? Do you know what you just caused? You just caused millions of people to go home and get a bottle of bleach and drink it. That's because if people believe that vitamin D and C, which is right in their medicine cabinet, it's right next to their laundry, they're going to get so confused that they're going to take the vitamin C and D and then they're going to go, you know what? Let me wash it down with this bleach. And so thank God, you guys are doing some excellent work. Excellent. Thank you so much, CNN.
We first tried to find him at his office in Cape Coral, Florida, outside Fort Myers.
I'm looking for Dr. Joseph Mercola. Not here.
Next stop, more than 220 miles away, Ormond Beach, Florida, which Dr. Mercola calls home. We found his house behind a large gate and tried making contact through the security access pad. Later, we spotted Joseph Mercola riding his bicycle. Once he stopped, we thought this was our opening to get some answers as to why he's pushing false claims about masks and the vaccine.
How are you? I'm Randy Kay with CNN. Can we ask you a couple questions? We just want to talk to you about vaccines and what you've been saying about them. Do you feel responsible for people who didn't get vaccinated, possibly got sick and died because of what you told them about the vaccines?
So despite all his bravado online, Mercola suddenly had nothing to say. Though after we emailed him questions, he responded saying, I encourage every person to fully educate themselves to make individual decisions about medical risk-taking.
Bravo. That's what you should do. And obviously he's careful because they were coming at him with everything they could. Yeah, you have to then be counseling your own attorneys and stuff, having counsel and figuring out what the hell do I do? And a lot of these doctors, as you guys know, we're on a hit list by all these news organizations and all of these companies coming after them, and the government too, coming after them in every way, shape, or form. So to be able to keep it together and be able to challenge back, that's what took courage. So not only do they owe these doctors an apology, they owe them an opportunity to be praised for their courage. But we know that's not going to happen because they have to continue to do their propaganda. And I just hope at least with this slow roll, and we talk about slow roll, getting these little text messages, that's great. But at least that should hopefully plant enough seeds that people don't fall for this again. We're not just looking back and saying, oh, things used to be corrupt back then, but now they're great. No, we have to apply what we've learned every time. So we stop going through the same thing over and over again. We're not going to fall for it again, guys. This is why we have to be here to give you guys the real journalism, right? Because they ain't going to give it to you. They're all brought to you by Pfizer. And we're the real fake news here, not brought to you by Pfizer. All right. All right, guys. We are rocking and rolling today. If you're just joining us, if you missed the beginning, no worries. You can go back and watch us on Rumble, on YouTube. We keep the lives up. Although I think YouTube might not keep this one up today. We're literally asking to be removed on this episode. But hey, whatever. We just got to roll with it. But no, Rumble, we can assure you Rumble never has taken anything down. We're not doing a commercial for Rumble. We're letting you know that they keep us up because they're actually smarter. They're smarter than YouTube because Rumble knows the surveillance state is more effective if they keep an eye on us. If you pull the plug, how are you going to keep an eye on them? That's duh. So keep us rolling, Rumble. Keep an eye on us. Use our information against us later. We don't care. We stand behind everything. We stand behind everything. That's how we do it here on the Homo Stuff. That's why we never take anything down. If you can't find one of our episodes, you can't find one of our things, it's not because we took it down. It's because someone else took it down. That's why. But okay. With that said, guys, let's get on with the show. We are very excited to have our guest with us today. Let's give her a proper introduction. She is an American influencer, activist, public speaker, and a small business advocate, host of TikTok Town Hall. Please welcome to the show, Tiffany Cianci. Hey, Tiffany. Thanks for being here today. Great to have you.
Hi there. So glad to be here, Matt. Thanks for having me on.
Definitely. And I've been looking at your work. I love your voice of courage and people versus poison or people versus power. But it is really about advocating for small business, advocating for people that are being targeted, right, by this corporate machine that's like a government corporate combination. We heard Max Blumenthal talk about it as calling it corporatism. I've heard you talk about it in a different way, where you're saying corporatocracy. Is that? Can you explain what that is, the corporatocracy, and how and what kind of battles you've been doing against that, especially in this recent year now?
So a corporatocracy, or a system of government that works as a corporatocracy, it's sort of like a fusion that sort of bridges the gap between corporations and the government, where the corporations guide the hand of the government to make the decisions best for the corporations and not the people. And we are absolutely living under a corporatocracy right now. We're seeing it across the board in the way that we are no longer enforcing monopoly laws that protect small businesses and everyday Americans and create competition. We're seeing it every day in the corporate capture of our regulatory regimes, our regulatory agencies. We're seeing it in the way that things are being litigated at the Supreme Court. We're seeing it in the capture. We're talking about MAHA a lot today. Pfizer Corporation, you're seeing it from Bayer Monsanto, you're seeing it from Syngenta, you're seeing it from 8 monopolies that control all of our food supply and agriculture system in the United States. Bayer Monsanto is a really obvious answer because they're a German-owned monopoly that has planted 22 people into the Trump administration, has planted simultaneously the leads at the head of the EPA and the USDA and the FDA, hand-selected. They hand-selected Susie Wiles to be the chief of staff for President Trump, and it's serving them and the other monopolies very, very effectively. What we're seeing across the board, across every system of our government right now, is the capture of government by corporations through unfettered access to spending. And we're also seeing it manipulated through the hands of outside interests in other countries that are working in tandem through corporations to gain even greater access. for corporations that are based in other countries, and those countries, what influence are using the corporations to come in. So we're seeing it everywhere.
And so this particular current administration, like you said, putting these people in place, like on day one, I'm sure, I mean, we were suspicious of that was going to happen. I know a lot of people that were in the MAHA movement that were so optimistic. They were like, no, he's got to play that long game. And we always hear this like 60-70 chess excuse, but there is no excuse for putting Susie Wiles there. There's no excuse for when you have, okay, RFK is going to be running the Health and Human Services, but yet he's going to surround himself by people that aren't going to let him do anything that was being campaigned on. So MAHA isn't getting stabbed in the back now. They've been getting stabbed in the back from the first moment. When you noticed that, did you have people you were working with that were like I'm saying, like people that were optimistic? They said, no, don't worry, Tiffany. They're playing the long game. Did you experience any of that?
Yeah, honestly, I had huge hopes for what Bobby Kennedy would be able to accomplish. I'm a fan of Bobby Kennedy, a lot of his work on private equity specifically, and his wanting to control monopolies and their access and control of government. He had a lot of really great plans for that. I even helped write some of his white papers for his campaign on those issues. I had big hopes, high hopes. I really, really wanted to see a lot of things happen. And when President Trump said that he was going to let Bobby go wild on everything except oil, because we were going to drill, baby, drill, I thought, maybe we're going to be okay. Maybe he's actually going to get some things done. But what we saw was not just corporations, but outside influence, like I mentioned, coming into lobby from day one. If you look at what happened when they were doing the transition work for the Trump administration, it wasn't just Bayer Monsanto that was lobbying for Susie Wiles. She was the senior lobbying partner at Ballard Partners. And her junior partner was Pam Bondi, and their two biggest clients, Pfizer and Bayer Monsanto. But before, she was the senior partner at the lobbying group Ballard Partners as the biggest lobbyist and activist for Pfizer and Bayer Monsanto. She single-handedly helped negotiate all of the COVID mandates, by the way. So you're talking about that a lot today. Well, that's got a whole lot to do with it. She did most of that work going back and forth between the CDC and the administrations, right? Just before she was at Ballard Partners, she was Benjamin Netanyahu's chief campaign director. She ran his campaign for his last election just before that. So, I mean, she's got fingers coming into the pie from everywhere that really pushed for her and Pam Bondi to be given prominent roles in the administration. We would find out down the road how much that was going to come back to hurt everything that Bobby wanted to do. But there's other ways that they were able to hinder Bobby, right? DOGE was one of the ways that they planted people in HHS. A lot of people didn't recognize that the DOGE executive order gave DOGE the right to put people and officers into every single regulatory administration with zero oversight from the cabinet members and no ability to curtail them. They could come in and just kind of like block any initiatives they wanted to. And when DOGE chose to go to HHS, they put Brad Smith in there. He's the founder and CEO of a healthcare company that benefits heavily from controlling HHS. That wasn't cleaning the swamp. That was planting a swamp creature to stop any cleaning that could take place, right? Nobody talks about it. Nobody's ever addressed it, but that's who's there. And he planted dozens of his cronies into HHS because DOGE got unfettered permission to do whatever they wanted. Right? We saw the exact same thing when you look over at Lee Zeldin getting appointed over at the the EPA, right? We see another lobbyist darling, hand-selected, right, by these lobbying firms, by these clients that are controlling them through corporate efforts and money. And we've seen it across the board. Bobby could never do anything he wanted to without the assistance of the agencies that had to work in tandem with him. And that was known and it was planned, and it's heartbreaking to see him doing everything he can do unilaterally at HHS and see that there's so much that we wanted to see done that has absolutely been blocked from the beginning. I like to say that Trump rented the MAHA voters. He failed to buy them, and it's going to really hurt them in this midterm cycle.
Oh, for sure. I mean, but he didn't seem to give a crap. He got in there, and on day one, he didn't even waste a moment. He had Larry Ellison in there. They were doing mRNA dealings and like, let's do this pre-cancer thing and get $500 billion over there. Pfizer was never held accountable. Pfizer got an opportunity to invest in Trump RX. That was like this big, oh yeah, never mind all the people you hurt and injured. Now you can make some even more money. And so like we saw that, and it was just like, this is not something that they're taking time to do. They're doing the opposite. Would you think, Tiffany, that where we are now, looking back on these last couple of years, has the current administration, you mentioned DOGE, and no one talks about DOGE anymore, but the fact that these secret little switch outs have been happening, and pushing more big food, big pharma policies, do you see that this administration is even worse than what Biden's administration has done? In other words, are things being even more fast-tracked than they were in the previous administration? And if so, how the hell are we able to convince people, the MAHA people that are still holding on right now, that this is not working and there has to be another strategy?
I really hesitate to even create a partisan tilt to this, because the reality is that all of the COVID stuff started under Trump, right? Warp speed started under Trump and Biden continued it. But what I have seen is we've seen 30 years, no matter who's elected, because they're all selected by the same 9 suits in a room. We have 30 years of the same foreign and fiscal policy, no matter who we elect. Nothing is changing, right? The deficit's not going down. No one's making real cuts. The swamp's not going to be drained. And the reason is because corporations have captured our government. That is a fact. And, you know, you can look back and say, well, when did it start? Well, 2010 is when Citizens United was the decision that was ruled on by the Supreme Court. It started before that, because that Supreme Court decision came from spending that had already begun in the 6 years prior. That's almost 30 years, right? Like, we've got 30 years looking back of when increased spending began, lobbying incentives went up. When the parties began taking spending was before that, close to 2000. And we've seen that the more control they've gotten, the more money they've been able to pump in, the worse it's gotten for the American people. We saw that laid bare this week in the Agricultural Committee in the Senate. We saw an absolute catastrophe take place in what was supposed to be a farm bill that was meant to serve farmers, only serving corporations. We've seen it over and over again. And now we see Bernie Sanders calling for the Democratic Party to stop allowing any PACs to participate in primary races. And, you know, it's not going to gain any traction, and it's not going to work. I commend him for doing it. But we need to see that corporations are the reason, monopolies are the reason. And until we start doing something about it, nothing's going to change.
So you brought up Bernie, and I have to say, I used to commend him for little baby steps he would take along the way too. I'd say, hey, that took some courage, and even if nothing happens, he did the right thing. He gave back during the initial lockdown, he gave a really powerful speech about why we shouldn't be doing the upward transfer of wealth of the CARES Act, and yet he voted for it anyway. But it was a really nice speech. It felt nice to hear. So it's like, so we're going through this cycle of it. Now is the time for Bernie to say the right thing. I'm personally not falling for that anymore, because I think it's all about the timing of the calendar. And you mentioned this farm bill fiasco. So I want to help our viewers through this too, because we covered this when everything went down in April. And I know you were there, right? You were actually, you showed up to the Supreme Court to protest for the people against pharma, which was awesome to see you do that. And we know that passing of that farm bill was disgusting for MAHA, right? It was disgusting that you had this let's take away any immunity, total immunity when we're talking about this glyphosate and Bayer prescribing the cancer treatment for the thing that Monsanto's is giving out the poison, and this whole thing like that, and there's no ramifications, and all that goes through. What is happening? Like, let's try to figure this out, because you got Bernie saying the right thing. I couldn't believe it. I looked to see that that Cory Booker was proposing an amendment that made sense on paper, and I'm wondering, are these people just going through the motions? This is what I found. This is so it was the Senate Republicans who vote down the amendment that Cory Booker put forward. Cory Booker saying all the right things, and yet all of the Republicans, all of them, are like, hell no. And so, what he was trying to do basically, and Bernie's on the same wavelength now, because it's a few months before the midterms, are for whatever reason, they're like, hey, we got to give people the right to sue, right? If they have anything happen to them from these products, we have to give them the right. So I just feel like, and the article goes on, but I just, honestly, Tiffany, I feel like we're in a twilight zone, because I can't get the picture out of my head of Bernie and Elizabeth Warren yelling and screaming at RFK during that you remember where he was getting the what was that called, that hearing where he had to be questioned,
where he was in his confirmation hearing in the HHS committee, and then he said, Elizabeth, you've taken more money from pharmaceuticals than anybody here. So have you, Bernie, right? So
So I
first of all, I want to stress that Cory Booker, I want to give him some flowers on this issue.
Okay.
He and I disagree on most things, many things, but I've interviewed him several times at this point. He came out and protested with me in front of the Supreme Court on April 27th. But 10 months ago, way earlier in the calendar than anyone else was doing, he introduced something called the Pesticide Injury Accountability Act. and he cannot get a single Republican co-sponsor. It is a 1-paragraph bill. 1 paragraph that says, if a pesticide company causes injury to any American, they have a right in federal court to seek recompense. It gives them a private right of action in federal courts across America. He wrote that bill 10 months ago. He introduced it, and no Republican will co-sponsor it. Why? Bayer is paying them not to. Syngenta is paying them not to. These are German and Chinese monopolies that are controlling our American food supply system, that are fighting and paying to get immunity for a company that kills the people that feed this nation, right? Foreign lobby groups, foreign corporations and monopolies that are killing our farmers.
Why doesn't he, if he's sincere about this, and I'm like, look, I'm not saying it's all bullshit, but I'm saying, like, if you are really sincere, go talk to MAHA people, go talk to the people that you were just shaming just a few years ago. Go talk to the RFK. Like,
he is. He's been on my show. He's come on several conservative shows. He's doing that.
But
you know, like I said, I disagree with Cory Booker on like all the things.
Yeah.
All the things. But when it comes to this issue, he's in the Garden State. And a lot of people don't realize New Jersey is only a city right by New York. It is literally where the best produce in America is grown. I drive 3 hours round trip multiple times a summer to pick up baskets of tomatoes and peaches from New Jersey. I live in Maryland, and I happen to live in agricultural preservation farmland in Maryland. What happens in our agricultural system matters a lot to me. I didn't really understand why Booker chose Ag Committee. I didn't understand why until I understood that a huge portion of his district is in fact conservative-leaning farmers. They are the people that feed this nation. And he introduced the Pesticide Injury Accountability Act, and then he started coming on shows like mine. My show speaks directly to MAHA. That was not something that I would guess the DNC wanted him to do. As a matter of fact, we had to go through months of negotiations with people outside of his control to get those things done, and he did, and he's come back. He came back on my show last week. Okay. You go from there to what's happened here. He came out and protested in front of the Supreme Court. Then when this farm bill came up through the House, right, they had pesticide immunity built into it. We didn't yet have the Supreme Court decision. Okay, we didn't have it. And that back when it was coming up through the House, we had one set of amendments that was offered up by Thomas Massie. It was declined because he was involved, and we all know how the administration feels about Thomas Massie. The second amendment came from Luna, and it was approved, and they stripped out pesticide immunity, largely because we got hundreds of thousands of calls through to the switchboard in a midterm election year screaming about that amendment. Then the Supreme Court ruled badly on this issue. I want to remind, and I doubt your viewers know this, does everyone in your audience know that at the Supreme Court, there were 2 justices that used to be lawyers for Bayer Monsanto that did not recuse themselves? Does your audience know that?
I don't
because
know.
Clarence Thomas and Alina Kagan have both been lawyers for Bayer Monsanto.
Of course. Man.
Yeah.
What a sham.
Both of them. It's a bipartisan problem.
It's a bipartisan problem.
Yeah.
But you have these. We know you have Thomas Massie. We know even we talk about RFK Jr. being the guy that apparently is supposed to be regulating these agencies. Why wouldn't Cory Booker and Bernie Sanders? Why wouldn't Bernie Sanders send an apology note to RFK and say, hey, man, I'm sorry that we got into it during that whole thing, but these things are important, and we know that you've been fighting for this. Hey, Thomas, hey, why don't we all get together? Like, that's not like, again, he's okay. So he comes on your show. We have the discussion. He has that public, approval from people watching, but is he actually pushing this in a smart way, or is this just logistics? It looks good. When that article I just put up on the screen, that looks good to people in their camps, to the Democrats in their camps that are sitting there going, oh, go Cory, beat those darn Republicans. Oh, you failed. Oh, but try again next time. Oh, Bernie, oh, we got your back, man. And so this is, a lot of it feels to me like it's going through the theater of it, just to keep that narrative with the audience, which I think is why he's maybe more likely to talk to you than to talk to RFK or Thomas Massie directly.
So,
actually,
I want to stress, RFK can't do anything about pesticides. That's the EPA, and that is Bayer Monsanto's hand-selected Lee Zeldin, right? And you got Brooke Rollins over on the other side, right? That RFK can do absolutely nothing about pesticides or pesticide immunity whatsoever. However, what I can tell you is his team and I still believe we have a chance to pass this amendment. This fight isn't over. Okay, what happened this past week in the Ag Committee is that we ended up with party line amendments. Okay, only one amendment was offered by a Republican. Only Republicans voted for it, right? The rest of the amendments were all offered by Democrats. Only Democrats voted for them. They went straight party line. The problem is you need more than partisan voting to elevate it out of committee and get it to a floor vote, and they couldn't get there. No Democrats crossed to join the Republicans to elevate it out of committee. What we ended up with were 2 amendments that Cory Booker introduced that we still have a chance to pass, and I believe we can pass. And I want to explain why I think we can pass them, okay? When pesticide immunity was before the Supreme Court decision, prior to that, earlier this year in the Senate, it was added into an appropriations bill. We fought like hell, and we got it stripped out through amendment. Okay. Then it went to the House and made its way back into a must-pass like appropriations bill. It had no business there. We fought like hell. We got a million calls through. We got it stripped out by amendment. Then it went to the House and it was put in there. We were going to get this immunity for these pesticide companies. We were going to do it. And we got it. We put hundreds of thousands of calls through to the switchboard and we got it stripped out. Then the Supreme Court ruling came in. Yeah. Okay. And that means we have a different thing we have to do this time. Instead of stripping something out, we have to put something in. Supreme Court decision hinges entirely on one thing. They said FIFRA, a law, was written badly, and it never said that it didn't supersede states' rights. So what Cory Booker offered was a very simple 1-sentence amendment. FIFRA does not supersede states' rights. Yeah. That's all it said. States get to keep their rights. That is a Republican ideal. Yeah. Through and through, states' rights. That is what we say, right? It's a Republican ideal. And so we've offered that up. That's it. Well, they did not get the votes to get it out of committee, which means we get a second bite at this apple. We can have people calling right now, screaming at ag members to go back, rewrite it, and introduce these amendments. They're going to have to. It didn't pass out of committee. We get another shot when they come back from recess. And that's what I think we need to be doing. Everyone should be calling their senators. Everyone should be calling the ag committee members and saying, we do not want pesticide immunity. We want to pass the FIFRA amendment, period, the end. But there's another amendment no one's talking about. There's a second amendment Cory Booker introduced. So right now, as it stands, and this is again a Brooke Rollins and Lee Zeldin problem. This is not an RFK problem.
Not RFK. Okay.
What we're dealing with right now is that glyphosate, which you brought up, had passed as generally accepted as safe a long time ago. And they're supposed to be every 15 years reevaluated for safety at the EPA. And every 15 years would have been back in 2020. Okay. Except that the study they relied on to deem glyphosate safe has been entirely debunked. They figured out that corporations paid for it to be made, and the journals that issued the article and the review have now rescinded the article and denounced it. So they don't have any studies saying it's safe. So what happened was Bayer and Syngenta went to our government in 2020 and said, COVID, we need an extension. So they gave them an extension until 2022. And then in 2022, they couldn't buy anyone off enough to make a new study. So they came back to Congress, and in a farm bill, they got an extension until October of 2026, which means in the next 2 months, by law, as it stands right now, glyphosate has to be reevaluated for safety by law. And that means it has to come out in the next 3 months. So what did they try and shove into this farm bill that made it through the House because we were all so busy worrying about immunity? An extension that gives them until 2030, 2031. Another 5 years to keep it generally deemed safe so you can't sue them, right? And so Cory Booker offered a second amendment saying that there could not be an extension. We had to strip out the extension, and the re-review of glyphosate had to happen now for the safety of our farmers. That also should be included. Why would we not want that? Why should corporations get to bypass the same laws that every other small business in America has to abide by? Any small business producer of chemicals in America has to have their re-review every 15 years. I think it should be more often than that. Why should they get to go to 30? Why should they? They should not. And so that's a second amendment he introduced that we should be pushing to have passed. And so what we needed to be doing right now, because we're getting very close to elections and they want MAHA votes, is we need to say we're not voting for anybody that doesn't go back and write a farm bill that actually serves farmers and doesn't allow companies to kill them with impunity and no repercussions whatsoever. We should be forcing that right now. We've done it 3 times. It works. We've done it 3 times in this cycle, and it has worked. We got to do it one more time.
Got to do it one more time. What happens if they stay on recess and just stall it out? Something obviously, this 2-month, clock is ticking. What happens then if there's no follow up and they just stall?
No farm bill passes out of committee. Yeah, if they stall, well, I can tell you that what's likely to happen in the House is that the House gets retaken by Democrats, probably. In the Senate right now, it's kind of a toss-up because of some of the primaries that happened this week. But if the Democrats retook the House in November, They could try to stall until January 20th, and then they could fix all this stuff. Or they could rewrite a new farm bill, right? So there's a lot of different maneuvering we could see. But right now, we also have a system of farmers all across America that are drowning, okay? Our farmers right now are paying $6 a gallon for diesel fuel for tractors that literally get a half a mile to the gallon, okay? Literally, right? And they're paying $6 a gallon, right, for giant combines for their diesel fuel. Simultaneously, because of the close of the Strait of Hormuz, right now, fertilizer is up 72% worldwide, right? We have farmers all across the planet that are choosing not to pre-order fertilizer for their spring planting. And we have farmers all across this nation that chose not to plant crops that need heavy fertilizing because they couldn't afford it. We're about to be in a food crisis. Simultaneously, and Cory Booker talked about this on my show actually last week, normally in a given year, you see 14,000 to 20,000 small farms close down. Right now, we're expecting 140,000 plus family farms to shut down. And this is what corporations want. They want to scoop up that land and roll it into industrial farming. They want to further consolidate their control of our food supply system. Yeah. So we need our farmers to have a farm bill that actually serves them, not these corporations. And we need to demand that. We need to demand that every single day, all day. I've had my teenager working on it. She's been making calls to Congress all summer, paying her enough. Right? Like we should be making those calls and doing our civic duty. This is an election year. We should make them feel that they should hear what we have to say.
I mean, I love that. And thank you for letting us know. Our viewers need to know this. There's urgency here. We need to pressure our representation, our representatives. We need to understand that if we don't do that actually there's a track record for this working. That's the point, right? You're not just showing up and yelling and screaming. You're showing up with the numbers, with the calls, and it actually does make a difference. So we need to do this now, knowing that this clock is ticking, and it is in the Republic. When you put it like that, we got the midterms coming up, and you have this idea that if the Democrats take over, then they are going to be in a much better position to make this go. So what can the Republicans are kind of in a position where they're going to have to come up with a solution here now, and if they don't, well, basically you're going to pull the curtain back on all of this, not just the poison that they're putting out with everything. Monsanto's putting all sorts of poison, not just the glyphosate. I mean, you got this. I saw this one going up. Can you help our viewers with any of these? Because I'm trying to understand. They're calling it the Dirty Dozen. These are the 12 most awful products made by Monsanto. I mean, we need to know these, and these are in a lot of our obviously these are what they put out, and then with Bayer, and then the mechanism is that Bayer owns the Monsanto, and they can then issue the drugs needed when you get the disease and the cancers from these poisons. So that's the system they have in place, right? So are any of these other ones, are there anything being done with these as well?
So when you look at some of the things, so first of all, you have to look at how Monsanto came into being, right? They were a chemical weapons company during World War II. They created weapons for death. That's what they did. They were built to make chemical weapons that killed people, soldiers very specifically, and people in concentration camps. They were a chemical corporation, right? Wow. They invented things that poisoned and killed humanity, animals, plants. That was after the war, they pivoted. After the war, they needed to make something new. So they took the products they were making and repurposed it for killing insects in fields and said, don't worry, the farmers will be fine. Everything will be okay. You're looking at this, you see Agent Orange, right? You see atom bombs and nuclear weapons. That's because that's what they did. That's what they were built for, right? That's why that's on here. But when you see Roundup, right? And you look at Roundup, Roundup is a weed killer. It is a weed killer that is now marked as likely to give you cancer, lymphoma and leukemia specifically in a family garden. You can't do that, but they're still allowing farmers to use it without protective gear and saying it's generally accepted as safe, right? When you see that, you also have to understand that they also invented the GMO Roundup resistant corn, Roundup resistant wheat, Roundup resistant soybeans. These are GMO seeds that they have patents on that make it illegal for a farmer to repurpose their own seeds crop after crop. They have to buy new seeds every year. And once they get a farmer to use them once, what happens is if the farmer tries to pivot, they sue the farmers into bankruptcy to force them. If your seeds blow onto the neighboring farm, one of their GMO Roundup resistant corn seeds, they run around and steal sprigs from farms that aren't using their products. And they sue those farmers because a farm seed blew on their farm from the next side. And they have like 3 little plants, and they sue them. And then they settle with the farmer to be forced to use their Roundup resistant crops for years to come. So they've created a cartel that is basically a company town that is forcing farmers to use products they don't want to use, to then be dependent on products as herbicides and pesticides and fungicides they don't want to use, so that they own our system on both sides. And then they capture our regulatory regimes, and they go in and they lobby to write a farm bill that only gives subsidies to farmers if they use it to pay them for the things they're buying. Wow. This is a full company town at this point. And we need to recognize that the more we give these corporations control of our government, the more we give them control over our food supply, the less control we have. You know, Trump wrote an executive order saying we needed to increase glyphosate production for the safety of our food supply system. If we want to produce food that is safe for our food supply system, we shouldn't be letting foreign monopolies control it. That is how you get food security in America. We should be propping up small family farms, and we should be giving them the tools they need to transfer to regenerative farming and organic farming, which is what most farmers want, by the way. But these subsidies are all dependent on using these products, and so they're forced to continue to use them year after year.
Wow. Well, let me ask you this, Tiffany, because looking ahead, and obviously this is an urgent thing that needs to happen now, but looking ahead in the political hemisphere of what's to come, what would you say is the next chapter for MAHA? What has it become? Where is it going? We've pulled the curtain back on how corrupt this administration has been about this the whole way. Do you envision a situation where there's ever a chance that there will be a future administration that could do it correctly? Or are we at the point where any sort of activism for people versus poison, people versus power, people, the small businesses versus corporatism, are we just faced with the fact that it has to happen on the outside and we can't trust any political movement on the inside? Or where are you at with that? What do you envision?
I actually believe our founding fathers built a beautifully elastic republic that was designed for these kinds of hard times. In the 20s, we saw this level of capture of our government, and we were able to come back from it because good candidates that actually wanted a restored America came to power and people elevated them. We're facing more propaganda than we've ever faced as a nation. We're facing more manipulation by corporations than we've ever faced as a nation. However, we also are seeing that people are not maintaining the status quo. People are going out and running for office and upsetting longstanding incumbents. People are going out and they're not allowing outside international interests to come in and manipulate elections the way they have in the past. We also have 26 states in the United States that allow for referendum laws to be passed. That means I write a law in my state. I go down and I collect enough signatures and I get to put it on the ballot and circumvent my legislatures. Okay, we have 26 states where that's possible in the United States. People can start doing things on their own. Simultaneously, we have two parties right now that recognize that they're losing people in droves to the middle. You're the homeless left. There's a very large homeless right.
Yeah,
there absolutely is. And MAHA is a big part of that right now, because MAHA traditionally, if you look at the ideals, were entirely left. It was the hippies, right? Like, I don't like to say it's a bad word, but like you saw the hippies start the MAHA movement and what it's become now. And then you saw it move into like the crunchy and the granolas and this and that. And then you see that now it's homesteaders and it's conservatives that want to like live off grid, and you see libertarians, but you also see the crunchies, and you see the hippies, and you see the peacekeepers. I actually see a really robust, unlikely coalition of people that are entirely available to both parties if they choose to start serving the interests of American people instead of international monopolists. Right now, the DNC is failing in their duty to try to reach out and get these voters, and they need them. The Republicans are failing in their duty to secure these voters because they still need them. It seems to me like both of them are probably going to suffer, and they're doing it right now. And if you look at the primaries and the upsets that we've seen, they're both suffering for failing to meet the needs and the promises they made to the American people. Right now, the left should be reaching out and extending olive branches. And I think they did that in their votes here in this farm bill. I think there was some of that. It wasn't publicized enough by many. I think Cory Booker did the best job of it. Klobuchar did some extra wrangling too. She really tried. But what we need to see is a lot more people reaching out and addressing the fact that we have the sickest nation on earth. We have the least healthy nation of all the first world nations. We have children that have chronic disease at a rate of 67%. That is appalling. We're supposed to be a beacon on the hill for the world to aspire to what we are. And taking care of our children seems like a very obvious thing to do. So right now, the DNC, they are failing. They should be reaching out to MAHA and extending olive branches and making some big campaign promises about what they'll do if they retake that Senate, give people a reason to vote. They're not doing that right now. They're not. Simultaneously, over on the right, they think that they've got these voters. These voters are not going to vote for them again like they did in the past. Bobby's not out on the campaign trail. Have you seen him? No, because I don't even think he believes it.
I think he's doing a podcast. They got him on podcast duty now or something. We saw it. I'm going to have conversations. Really? I thought that we're doing that. Hey, Bobby, we got that part covered. You're supposed to be doing actual work in your job. We're here doing the journalism. And he's like, oh no, we're going to have conversations. Really? Come on, dude. Come on.
In fairness, I do like his decision this week to eliminate Gross, which is the generally accepted as safe. Like, I really do like that, because I think that's a really important thing that needed to be done. There are things he's done that I approve of, and things I do that I commend, or he's done that I commend. That getting rid of the general acceptance of chemicals in our food supply, I think that's a very important step. And one of my favorite things I read in an article this week was that there was a new lobbying group called Americans for Ingredient Transparency. That sounds like a good group, doesn't it? Don't they sound like they really want ingredient transparency on all our food? It's funded by lobbyists for the chemical companies in food supply. And what they're saying is, what we want is a full law to pass the House and the Senate. No regulatory action. Don't do that. Don't do that. We want a robust law that makes it fair for everyone. Well, small producers of food can't use generally accepted as safe. So it's already not fair for everybody. It only benefits the big corporations. And right now, the reason they're saying is that because they know that it has no hope of passing if it goes to the House and the Senate. But in the regulatory regime, it can be done. And that's why the Americans for Transparency and Ingredients, or Americans for Ingredient Transparency, the lobbyist darlings, are now advocating against this regulatory action and instead say they want a bill in the House and the Senate.
Wow.
Right? So there are things that are getting done that are good. Not enough. There's a lot more work to do.
And I always go back to this quote we heard way back in 2010. I think it was one of these MSNBC guys before he got the big job, when he was still a little guy, so he was able to be honest. And so right before he got, who was this guy? What was his name? Oh man, our viewers might know. But he said the only way you're going to get your party to do anything for you is you have to prove to them that you're willing not to vote for them. I think that's the missing piece here, because yes, you're right. The parties are doing bad. They always do bad at this time. When it gets closer and closer to crunch time, they know how to put the fear in place, and they know how to get people to say, hey, listen, you can do your little fight later, but right now we have to beat those bad guys. And it does seem to work. It does seem to get people, it herds you right back to your party, because third party will never work. Never. You guys can go and have fun with it during the, in between time, but you have to come back to your masters when it's time to, when push comes
I love
down.
talking about this issue. I'm really glad you brought this up, because I like to give people an example and remind them why this actually is not true and why this works. Okay. If you look back to 1996, the election where we had Bill Clinton was running and we had Ross Perot in the race. And I'm old enough that I remember that I actually had to do a report, and I had to campaign for one of the three candidates in my, I think it was fourth grade or something.
I think that was when it was Bush, Clinton, and Perot. I think that was 92. Clinton second term was 96, I think. It
was definitely second. It was 96. Oh, okay. And in 96, I'm almost positive it was 96. And I'm going to say, so it was the year that Ross Perot got 18.9% of the popular vote. Yeah. Okay. And it pushed the election almost to the point where neither candidate could get enough electoral votes to be certified. Right. Now, why did that matter? He only got 18.9%. Everybody says it didn't work. Do you know what happened immediately after? Immediately after, he ran on a platform of, I'm going to gut the government, I'm going to cut spending, and we will have a balanced budget and a surplus. I will cut the federal workforce. Those were all his promises. That was it. Immediately after Clinton took office in his new term, that moment, he fired 150,000 federal workers in 4 weeks. By the end of the next November, 375,000 federal workers were gone. And that following year, we had the first and last balanced budget and surplus we have had in 60 years. It works. When you vote against the interests of your party, they work harder for you. Yeah. It's not always easy. It's a very bitter pill to swallow. But you can also look right now. We're all talking about MAHA because Bobby was taking so much of the fervor in the last election, and they were terrified. They were terrified. Both parties sued his campaign 42 times.
Yeah. Well, that's why it was a real discouraging to see him join the MAGA, because you're like, dude, you stuck it to the Democratic Party. You left. You did the thing that Bernie was too weak to do. And you're in this independent space.
Why? The Democrats sued him 41 times in 35 states.
Yeah.
They sued him to be off the ballot, and they sued him to be on the ballot. They bankrupted his campaign.
Yeah.
At the end, a lot of people don't know this. It was actually Charlie Kirk that brought him and Trump together. Charlie Kirk was trying to create an unlikely alliance. A lot of people don't realize that Charlie Kirk was involved in that. But when it happened, it was because he was out of money and he couldn't keep going. There was simply nothing left. He had been sued into oblivion. And so he had a choice to make, and he said, can I do some good or can I do nothing? And that's the choice he made. I can't say I would have made a different choice. I don't know. What I do know is that we wouldn't probably be sitting here talking about this at all if he hadn't joined and gotten voters to come to the right, because everybody would still feel displaced. Now, instead, they feel betrayed. Yeah. And that's probably a good place for them to be, because they have been betrayed. And now they need to act on it.
Tiffany Cianci, anything else you want to leave us with before you go, before we wrap this up, or let people know where they can find you?
You can find me over at TikTok and YouTube at Tiffany Cianci, on X and Instagram at the Vino Mom. I'm going to be on I'm going to be having a bunch of candidates on to talk over the next few weeks in my live show at TikTok Town Hall. And I just want to remind everybody, 3 times this year, we have started making calls to the House and the Senate, and we have taken care of immunity for pesticide corporations and international monopolies to protect our farmers. We have one more time to do that. Everybody needs to be calling members of the Senate. You need to be calling the Senate Ag Committee members, and especially the Republicans, and saying, you will not have my vote if you don't protect our farmers and pass the FIFA amendment. You need to protect our farmers from glyphosate. And you should also say, do not offer any more extensions to glyphosate. We need a farm bill that serves farmers. It's worked 3 times. We can do it again. We absolutely can.
Love it. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Thanks for the great conversation. And I know the viewers appreciate it a lot. And we look forward to our next conversation. I hope we see you out there one of the events. And it's people versus power, people versus poison. I love everything you do. Keep up the good work.
Thanks for having me on, Matt.
Great. All right, guys. I've seen some really great comments, super chats. We're going to get to you guys in just a moment. Let me go ahead and do this because I got to set up some of the next stuff here. I was considering doing another segment. No, you know what? We're going to be bringing Jay Scott in at the top of the hour. So let me go ahead and do this. We're going to take 2-minute, little quick, grab a drink break. And I'm going to come back, do some super chats of your guys's. And then we have a lot more show coming up after that. Yeah, we got some good stuff coming up. And the theme today has been the COVID cover up. It's really about the all of the health and the big pharma, big food capture, and the things that we understand to be a real people versus power, people versus poison setup here in a lot of different ways. And this is not a partisan issue. This is a humanitarian issue. All of this, the COVID cover up, all of the poisons in our food, and all, of course, the entire war machine. None of this is partisan. It's people versus power, people versus poison, the people versus the Epstein class, people versus pedos, really? So it's all the P's, right? That's what we're doing here, guys. So we'll see you guys back here in a couple minutes. Enjoy this little clip show of Trump kissing Fauci's ass throughout all the times we've seen him do it. It's kind of fun to see this, especially when you know that there's still MAGAs out there that think that Trump is sticking it to Fauci. No, newsflash, he ain't doing it. We'll see you guys back here in a couple minutes.
We have, whether it's Dr. Fauci, we have the best people on earth. Anthony, who's become He's become a major television star for all the right reasons. No, he's just so professional, so good. I'm not firing him. I think he's a wonderful guy. I have a very good relationship with Dr. Fauci. He's got a very good approval rating, and I like that. He was a great basketball player. Did anybody know that? He was a little on the short side for the NBA, but he was talented. I told Tony Fauci, I said, why don't you move to New York, run against AOC? You will win easily. I learned a lot from Tony. He's a good man. I like Dr. Fauci a lot.
Okay, we're back, guys. Welcome back to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. We got a lot more show coming at you right now, and we're gonna have Jay Scott in with us at the top of the hour. Let me go ahead and make sure we're all set up. I think we're all good, and I just want to get a couple of these super chats going on here. Here we go, and we're gonna get to this story. Oh, okay, Citizen, I know what you're up to here with the Jake GTV. What do we want? Jake GTV, when do we want it? Now, well, you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait till our Thursday show. I didn't pull any Jake GTV today, but we had some good stuff from him last time. Guys, you got to go check out Jake GTV. He's been on the show a few times now, always doing some really creative AI content, satirical content, but yet he gets punished. Even though there's something called parody law, there's something called like you can do humorous content, and that should be protected, but not when you're challenging Israel. You're not allowed to do that, guys. Can't make a funny sketch, can't make a funny AI sketch without getting in trouble. Although, you know, obviously South Park can do whatever they want and make fun of whoever they want, but you know, us YouTube folks, you know, we got to be really careful. So yeah, shout out to Jake GTV, and I promise you, Citizen, we will get some of his stuff up again, probably on Thursday's show. This is for late. We're going to cover this later. Deep Green, appreciate the super chat. Abdul Al Said should be ashamed of himself accepting Killer Kamala's endorsement, especially in his state of Michigan. I'm sure he might have passed off his base. Absolutely right, Deep Green, and we're looking forward to covering that with you. We're going to be getting to that story very soon. It is sad. We're not shocked, but it's sad, right? It's sad for sure. And Citizen also chimed in on this. And again, we're going to get to this story shortly. Told you, Saeed was more of a corporate sellout than Zoran. Yeah, I mean, in the sense that he's not as sharp. He's not as good as Mandami, right? At deflecting this type of stuff. And you know, we'll take more of a look at that story. But what's the difference? They both have the same problem. They both have the same, like, anti-Semitism is the worst problem we've ever had. We got to go around and take out dictators like in Venezuela, in Cuba, and go NATO, right? That's how they all are. These are these corporate Dems who are pretending to be radical lefties. They're not actually radical lefties, because guess what, guys? There's no such thing as the radical left in Congress. There's no such thing as the radical left in any executive office or anybody running for president. You can't be that person and make it past, you know, home plate. You can't even hit the ball. You can't even start your run around the field. You can't even do it. So just so you guys understand that all this is fake, and it's really sad seeing some of the you know, the right-wing commentary you know, accounts that are projecting this nonsense that there's some sort of radical commie Islam bullshit coming from the left. There isn't. So even if you were Israel first and you know, oh, anti-Semitism, even if you believed that in your heart of hearts, you have nothing to worry about. What is, I just don't get the Bonginos and all these weird idiots that go on Fox News and they have on their podcasts on Rumble. There's so many of these fools that are they're just petrified. Oh my God, the left is going. Can you believe it? Can you believe Chuck Schumer endorsed El Said? Can you believe it? He's caving. No, he's not, you idiots. Chuck Schumer isn't caving. They're the party leader. They can do whatever the hell they want. They don't, and like if Kamala actually wants to run in 2028, oh God, that'll be awful. But she doesn't have she's not coming to the left. She's moving them to the right. You guys understand that? Moving them to the right. Schumer is moving them to the right. El Said and Mandami are being moved to the right. There is no radical left. There is no radical left. And there's no radical right either. Because to be radical on left or right means you're anti-imperialist. That's what that means. And if you are truly anti-imperialist across the board, you get taken out. You don't even make it in. If you make it in, they knock you right out. You look at Thomas Massey, you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're seeming to be more and more anti-imperialist, more than they were when they got into office. That's why they were allowed in, and then they kind of shifted a little bit, and now they're out. That's how it works. So we don't even have anybody on the left that's worth taking out, other than AIPAC likes to take these guys out a lot just for fun. But they're not. These are all pro-NATO. They're all pro. Let's go capture every government in Latin America. I mean, these are all warmongers. All of them. They're all warmongers. It's insane. I don't even know why what is this fear mongering on the right? Like there's nothing there. You have nothing to worry about, Dan Bongino. You have nothing to worry about. Your Israel first policy remains intact. They're all working together. There's no communism, socialism. There is none. The only people that get socialism are the filthy rich. That's it. That's the too big to fail. That's socialism for the rich. It's everyone else. F you. You're all on your own. That's how it works. Okay. I think you know what I'll do? I'm gonna do you guys one more solid here, because I know. Oh, there's one more from. I gotta put this one in here. Thank you so much, Citizen. Stu says Lutnick owns Rumble and he abandoned it. Well, I mean, I didn't know that Lutnick was involved, but whatever. All these technocrats, Epstein folks, right? You got Peter Thiel, you got JD Vance. They're all part of Rumble in some way. We've known that the whole way. So it doesn't. We understand. Like, look, the surveillance state's we're already on a list, right? We're already on the list. We're already. So you might as well run your show as long as they don't pull the plug. You might as well run your show. That's what we're doing. But it doesn't. Where can you go to not have one of these billionaire assholes running? Owning the platform. Where can you go? Right. Look what happened to TikTok. Twitter is just, it's insane. The craziness on Twitter. I mean, we're lucky that we could still find news and find real journalism on Twitter, but who knows how much longer that'll last. So let me do this right before Jay's about to come in here. So let me go ahead and give you. Oh, this one's fun. This one's a fun. Since the show is called The COVID Cover-Up, here's a little flashback for you guys, and we'll be right back with Jay Scott. Here's a little flashback for you guys from the lockdown. A little fun vaccine song for you guys. Yes, this really did truly happen. Check it out.
Vaccinate, vaccinate, make an appointment. Vaccinate, vaccinate, make an appointment. Vaccinate, vaccinate, gets rid of COVID. Vaccinate, vaccinate, gets rid of COVID. Shut the arm, shut the arm. Doesn't hurt at all. Gotta make time to go. Gotta make time to go. Which arm, we'll make it to the clinic. Now it's time to vaccinate and take back our world. Line up those eyes, 6 feet apart, and don't you worry. Don't stay at home, please wear your mask. We've got to hurry. Vaccinate, vaccinate, make an appointment. Vaccinate, vaccinate, make an appointment. Vaccinate, vaccinate, gets rid of COVID. Vaccinate, vaccinate, gets rid of COVID. Vaccinate.
I cannot believe we lived through that shit. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it. After all these years. But here we are. Here we are, guys. Okay. Okay, I think he's coming in right now. Okay, that's good. That's good. We're actually on. It's funny because we were running a couple minutes behind, but now we're actually right on time. So we'll stay on time today, guys, and we'll just remind you guys where you can get to us if you haven't yet, and you want to be able to follow us on Twitter. And I think we are live on both of these right now on Twitter. So that's good. You guys can follow us there. and I'm just going to adjust here. This is our YouTube channel, which has been, I think is certainly a bad idea that we stand behind our choice, but you understand, guys, that when we put the vaccine stuff in the title of YouTube, we're just asking to be censored. I mean, this is really the thing. We kind of have, we have that history, we have that track record. Our Homeless Left channel doesn't exist on YouTube anymore. That's why it's called THL Presents now. We had to start a new channel. We got medical misinformation strikes, right, for talking about this stuff, for talking about how masks don't work and lockdowns kill people. I mean, these are the conversations that we were having back in 2023. And if we had started the show earlier, we've been doing this since 2020, but we didn't start the show. I don't think we didn't officially start the show until 2023, but they came after us. They came after us with everything they had. Notices, warnings. We didn't even have a chance to monetize the channel. We were so new. And so that's why, so Rumble kept us alive. And then we came back and we thought we'd try and trick them with a little switcheroo on another YouTube account, and we were able to figure it out. And now we're called the Homeless Left. It says the Homeless Left on the homepage, but this is the address you have to type in to get to it. So, but it's now rocking and rolling, and it's just from week to week, we never know. Obviously a title like today's show, a picture like today's show is going to put some red flags out there, but whatever, man, we're not gonna apologize for our work and tiptoe around because we care more about, satisfying the YouTube overlords. We're just not going to do it. That's just not our policy. So hopefully, whatever, guys, you share this shit out, you get this out to your people, you show us that you're here in the comments, all that stuff. You guys know the drill. And don't forget to check your subscribe button, because they tend to unsubscribe people. We're not doing it, just so you guys know. So check that real quick. And we're gonna get on with the show now, guys. But just go ahead and just do me a favor. If you're on YouTube right now, just check your subscribe button. Make sure that it's if it says subscribe to this channel, click it and understand that there's a mechanism there that was in place that unsubscribed you at some point. So you have to recheck it, make sure you're good. You'll hopefully get notices when we go live, all that good stuff. And we're going to keep it going on our end. You guys do, we're all, hey, as they told us during COVID, we're all in this together. All right. With that said, let's get moving on with the show. We are happy to bring back in our co-host for today to help us with the next few segments. Here we go. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? How you doing, man? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, my friend. How is everything going for you?
Busy, man, but hanging in there, and trying to focus on the positive, make sure I'm enjoying life, in between it all too. So ready to dive right in for sure.
Let's dive in, man. And I like you threw that out there at the top, because I got to remember, because when we end the show here, and when you guys go back to your day-to-days, or you might be in the middle of multitasking right now, listening to us while you're doing other stuff, which is awesome. But yeah, we have to remind ourselves, what is it the thing that we're fighting for, right? It's happiness, and it's the pursuit of all that stuff that we have, God-given rights, or whatever you want to call it. We forget that sometimes. What is the thing? Oh, that's right. Seek happiness. Enjoy the little things, right? Mm-hmm. Live life in the moment. We're not always 24/7, pulling back curtains and busting shit up and protesting and screaming at the top of all your lungs. But we are doing that for a significant part of the day, but we have to find those other times, like Jay's saying. So I appreciate you saying that for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Looking forward to my little vacation next month, man. Going to Miami for a few days. So should be good. Left Florida a few years ago, so get to catch up with some old friends and enjoy a little bit of that Miami life. So yeah.
That's great, man. Me and Leslie have definitely had some fun in Miami, and it's a place where you can kind of throw your cares away and just enjoy, especially make it to the beach. Obviously, make it to the beach. You got to get to Miami Beach, or one of the beaches for sure.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. With that, let's get into this first story, and Does this constitute World War III watch? What do you think? I don't know.
I think so. It's there, man. You know, it's one of the fronts of this World War III we got going on right now. So
all right. I think you're right. Okay, we'll lead it in. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. I'm Matt Weinglass, homeless left, here with co-host Jay Scott. Let's get into the latest on the Iran deal, no deal fiasco. It's been quite a fiasco for the last several months. This is the latest that we can report. Breaking: Iran has flatly ruled out any future negotiations with the Trump administration, declaring it will wait out Trump's term until January 20th, 2029, per an advisor to the parliament speaker, Galbaf, and a senior Iranian source who says, the speaker says, Trump will not reach an agreement with us. We will accompany him until his term ends. And that is basically saying, you're stalled out. We're stalling you out. And he adds, the path to victory is neither fighting nor a deal. It is managing the process of neither war nor peace up to the point of victory. Publicly confirming negotiations with the U.S. is sheer folly, which we've been saying the whole way. The winning approach is denial, ambiguity, and strategic patience, because they can hold out. That's because they've had that ability, being they've been in the power position the whole time. So unless Trump accepts all of Iran's conditions, if I remember, there was like 14 of them, right? In the U.S. surrender document, the Strait of Hormuz stays closed until 2029. Wow. Those demands include, and I remember this is very clearly stated, which didn't he signed to this thing, right? He signed, like, or somebody signed on it. They said, yes, 300 billion will be in compensation. There will be more than 100 billion in frozen assets released, because we've had them frozen for years and years. Lifting all sanctions, which we've had imposed for years and years. U.S. troop withdrawal from the entire region, and accepting transit fees on every ship. I don't see the part about Lebanon in here, but hey, what are you going to do? The point is, he ain't doing any of these. I don't think. Where are you at with this, Jay? What is this being publicly put out there? What does this change, if anything? Because Trump's been lying about it the whole time anyway. Does this change optics in any way?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it just confirms that Iran is aware of Trump's pattern of just telling everyone everything they want to hear just to get them to do what he wants for a little bit, with no intention on following through, right? Like, you know, it's not just Trump, but unfortunately, this has been like the negotiating strategy of America, you know, like for a while. Now, granted, it's worse with Trump, but look at what we did under the Minsk agreements, you know, that we reached with Russia. That wasn't only Trump in on that. That was our leaders. That was the leaders of Europe. They told Russia that they would lift sanctions on Russian food exports, so Russia could export it, you know, through European ports to other parts of the world. They didn't follow through on that. And so, you know, that and they used the time to rearm Ukraine, like in the meantime. So when you took one look at everything we agreed to in that document, it should have been immediately clear that there's no way that we were going to follow through on that. And you could argue maybe like the other stuff, there was a chance of it happening. But the moment I saw they promised Iran $300 billion, like to help them rebuild, I knew it was bullshit. Because can you imagine Trump trying to justify that, like to his base? There's no way that we would ever send that money out. So like he said why he did it, right? We're critically short on oil. If I didn't get them to agree to lifting it, then the world economy would have tanked. So I had to agree to something. And, you know, and now, of course, he tries to pin it on Iran. But like the truth is, like 30 minutes after they signed the deal, Israel was bombing Lebanon again. Yeah. And we were trying to sneak ships through the Strait of Hormuz that we just agreed with Iran that we would let them manage. So there's never been any intention on following through with the deal. Iran has recognized that. Russia warned them, and now they're acting on it. So, yeah. But,
Well,
I will say,
yeah.
like for the hope for the global economy, I do hope that they relax it just a little bit, because if not, the world is going to feel like a whole lot of pain. So I think they can hold their ground, and let some of the oil fall through, but flow through. But I can't blame them if it doesn't, because at the end of the day, that is their negotiating leverage at this point. I just know that Iran is going to be facing pressure from all sides, including China and Russia, to open up the Strait of Hormuz at some point. So let's see how long it lasts. And of course, Iran is defending itself. Make no mistake about it. We've put them in this position, but we're all going to suffer because of what our government has done. So
yeah, for sure. And let's also not forget the part about Israel being extremely defiant the entire way, vocally telling us we don't really care about all your negotiations. We have our own beef with Iran, and we're going to do what we're going to do. We're going to do what we're going to do in South Lebanon. We're going to do whatever the F we want to do. So good luck with all of your negotiating, Trump. They've pretty much mocked him with that. Like, oh, your little talks. Yeah, have fun with that. But we're going to do what we're going to do, because we got our Greater Israel Project plan, and that's final. Yeah.
It's essentially like a big brother and a little brother, right? Little brother keeps going around starting fights, or you could argue bigger and little brother. But anyway, they both go around starting fights. Big brother tells the little brother, hey, could you cool it for a second? Because I'm the one taking the heat over here as you're starting all these fights. Little brother says, nah, screw you. I'm going to keep doing it and starting the fights, because our bases, are getting blown up and destroyed more than Israel right now, right? So, Israel has said, like you just pointed out, Netanyahu just said, what was it, yesterday or the day before? We don't believe in this negotiation process. We're ready to carry out strikes, and we may do that pretty soon. So they're being open about not listening to us at all. And they know the moment they start the fight, we'll be right there to back them up and save their sorry asses. So
yeah, for sure. So now let's add this part into the mix. There's apparently a new deal that's been a defense pact being signed between Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey. I'm going to bring this up here. And Jay, you want to walk us through this and how this affects what's happening right now?
Sure. So, a lot of people are, are labeling this deal kind of like a Middle Eastern NATO kind of thing, where it's a mutual defense agreement, right, between Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey. So the truth is, Saudi Arabia already had this mutual defense agreement with Pakistan, right? And what happened when, they started getting hit from Iran and Yemen? Not a goddamn thing. So, the truth is, both of those countries do have tremendous problems of their own, and they don't really want to go to war like with Iran at this point. So, it seems like, it is a step to Saudi Arabia trying to reduce its 100% reliance on America for its defense by trying to start to work something out with its neighbors. But in terms of, negotiating, or in terms of actually helping Saudi Arabia fight Iran in a potential standoff, I just don't think that Turkey and Pakistan are going to follow through on their ends because, at the end of the day, they have enough problems. And if they're not being hit right now, I don't think, they want to directly involve themselves in it. And, just to see in real life how meaningless this agreement is, just days after Saudi Arabia signed that defense pact with Pakistan and Turkey, and sorry, it's a mutual defense pact, which means if one country gets attacked, the other countries are supposed to jump in,
like NATO.
Exactly, just like NATO. So, so after the defense pact was signed, two major Saudi Aramco energy sites have been reportedly hit. A fire at the Berry gas plant near Jubail on the Gulf Coast, and a separate blaze at an Aramco facility at the Jazan refinery on the Red Sea coast, per satellite data and Saudi officials. NASA firms detected a 125 megawatt fire radiative power at Berry, while Saudi authorities said Aramco crews extinguished the Jazan fire with no injuries reported. The cause and damage and extent of the damage remain unclear, with no confirmed attribution for either incident. Later, it was found out, and the stakes are enormous. Jubail supplies approximately 8% of global petrochemical production and contributes more than 7% of Saudi Arabia's GDP, hosting major operations involving Saudi Aramco, SABIC, ExxonMobil, Dow Chemical, and Chevron Phillips.
Well, so Jay, save us the suspense. Israel did it, right?
It was Yemen. And we're pretty sure,
okay.
yeah, it was Yemen that hit it, because Saudi Arabia and Yemen have been trading blows back and forth. It might have been Israel. Who knows? But
actually, let me look. I want to just check this real quick, because I thought I saw something going around. Like, obviously, I don't have it in front of me or confirmation, but it's like, how many times do we have to be fooled by these, as you say, our little brother, which I know, and Pasta says the same thing. He likes to say little brother Israel. And I was like, man, I wish it was the little brother. That seems a little more manageable.
Well, here's the thing. Little brothers can manipulate the big brother sometimes, right? It's not the little brother can't, manipulate the big brother into getting his way from time to time. Like, you do see that happening every now and then. So, big brother isn't always the boss. Sometimes little brother knows how to get his way. So,
yeah.
But, at the end of the day, the mutual defense agreement, right? Like, they signed, if it had any meaning at all, then Pakistan would have jumped in when Saudi Arabia and Yemen were trading blows with each other. So the previous one they had with Pakistan didn't really mean much. Will this one mean more? Like, again, I don't know, because Iran and Turkey actually have a common problem. Because they both have Kurdish separatist movements in their country that are trying to break off and form a new country. Like, I don't know if you heard of Kurdistan before, but the Kurds in different countries in the Middle East want to get together and form their own country, taking chunks out of Iran, Syria, Turkey, and like one or two other countries. So they happen to be one of the groups Israelis work with a lot because of that fact. So Iran and Turkey share common interests. So I don't know if Turkey's really going to go to bat for them like that, but apparently Saudi Arabia is promising them a whole bunch of money. So
so we have an update on this attack. This will be interesting. Check this out.
They can also confirm that a Shaheed-like drone, which targeted RAF Akrotiri on the 2nd of March, that was the drone that came in at midnight. They are saying that was not launched from Iran. So that is interesting and significant. They are not giving us any information as yet as to where they think that was launched from. But a drone that hit RAF Akrotiri, that was the one I think that caused damage to the airstrip, did not come from Iran, was not launched from Iran. Obviously, may well have come via Iran. And in the last 24 hours, the UK has resupplied air defence systems to British and allied bases across the region, including UK-built air defence missiles, and that Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters armed with Martlet missiles capable of taking out aerial threats are arriving in Cyprus in the coming days. That is all we have in terms of an actual time.
Let's
from what I remember seeing online, word on the street is it was Ansarullah that did it, aka the Houthis. So it does seem like it was them. But you're saying
but this might have been a different incident, but it was breaking today. So this came up from GBC of an Israeli attack. Okay, well,
that was the same. They report a lot of good stuff sometimes, but sometimes they do get
they get stuff wrong.
A little bit wrong. I don't know. But again, it could have been the Israelis. I don't know for sure. I know that Iran and Yemen have been trading blows back and forth for a while. So my whole point is, if there was any meaning behind, these defense treaties, you would think that someone else would have jumped in to try to attack Yemen. But, if they won't even attack Yemen, they're definitely not going to attack Iran. So,
So back to the Strait of Hormuz, because this is the funny part of the story, right? This is where Trump will just lie and say we're opening it, it's happening now, it's happening today, tomorrow, and so many of the MAGAs go along with this when we're clearly seeing as the initial report stated, we're locking it down, nothing's happening, we have all the power, you got nothing. And so this is just to be absolutely clear. Iran's Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council is saying the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the U.S. changes its behavior and accepts Iran's conditions, which we pointed out earlier. That's final. So
that was today. And he was saying that in response to the video that I sent you in the next link, because that was Trump yesterday talking about the status of the Strait of Hormuz. So they're doubling down just to let us know what the real situation is. And of course, this is Trump.
You give us any estimate of when you think the Strait of Hormuz will be
Well, it's open now. We're taking a lot of shit. It's open now. Look, the only one that has control of the Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy. We have a blockade that's been infallible. It's a steel wall. And we let people in that we want to let in, and those people come in. They've been coming in and they're going out. So it's actually open now. We do not let them go into Iran. They're not admitted into the strait to go to Iran. But it's open for others. Now, a little bit complex because they will, on occasion, drop a mine, and we find the mines. You know, we've mine swept the entire strait, as you probably maybe heard, maybe you didn't hear. But we control the strait 100%. Now, can they make trouble? Yeah, they can make trouble. But they're broke. They have no money. You know, Iran is broke, totally broke. And they're not paying their soldiers.
Wow.
Yeah. So, you know, the strait's already open, but there'll be a deal to open the strait because he also tweets that every other day soon. So, yeah, he's all over the place. Meanwhile, Iran is staying consistent, you know, the whole time. They're saying, we're not negotiating with America. We already negotiated with America. America agreed to the rules. So when they implement the agreement we already have, then we can talk. So, you know, I don't know what, like Trump, I mean, Trump relies on the ignorance of people who still just believe him at his word, which is an ever shrinking number of people because MAGA is dying out at this point. So,
and it's clear that these news reporters are more interested in not getting, you know, pinpointed and made fun of by Trump or asked to leave the press room. They're more interested in staying there and being part of the cool kids and not ask follow-up questions, not say, Trump, we have a report right here saying it's closed. Why are you telling us it's open when it's closed? Like, they're not doing that. So they're letting him get away with it. Like you're saying, MAGA's support is lessening all the time. Every time he goes through this charade, there's another demographic we got to think of too. Sometimes we get caught in our own country's dynamics and our media and the voters, but it's the rest of the world. They're watching this right now and they're saying, these guys are Trump and his team they're just completely insane and unstable, and we don't want to have anything to do with them. They're clearly just lying for the sake of lying with no. You know, generally you look at liars that have like a point of a destination for their lie to achieve. In this case, there's no. Where are you going? You're just monologuing and improving, and you didn't think through the storyline. There's no, where are we going with this? I think the rest of the world is understanding that. And that's why you shared this next one. The Gulf energy producers. Yeah. They're all. Yeah. So,
exactly. Yeah. So the Gulf energy producers have completely lost faith in the Trump administration and are quietly accepting Iran's permanent control over the Strait of Hormuz. Because the alternative, returning to war, would be worse, per the Wall Street Journal. So Gulf states don't like the emerging deal that formalizes Iranian oversight of inbound ships, but they see it as the least bad option compared to further military escalation, which would put their energy infrastructure at risk. So the conflict has left the region vital to global energy security with no good option for countering Iran.
Wow.
So by that, they're essentially talking about the other Gulf countries and, their major exporting companies over there. So the numbers are stark. Crude exports through the Strait have collapsed to 2.2 million barrels per day from 8.5 a month ago. Pre-war flows of roughly 20 million barrels per day are now a distant memory. Gulf states' alternative export routes are also under attack. Saudi Arabia's Red Sea pipeline hit by Houthi strikes. Egypt's Damietta port struck by drones. So Iranian officials have declared the new Iranian order in the Strait. So, yeah.
Oh, did I just?
Yeah, it looks like that popped off for a second. So
okay, let me get. Okay, I'll grab it again. My bad. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. So declared a new Iranian order of the Strait is irreversible, and the U.S. has no alternative but to accept it or face costs much greater than in the past. So Iran already holds effective control over the Strait, with commercial shippers refusing to cross without Tehran's assurance. So, Trump says, so the Wall Street Journal's conclusion is stark. Gulf states are adapting to a new normal where Iran's veto over their energy exports is permanent. The U.S. has been pushed out of the Gulf militarily, and the alternative to accepting Iran's control, a return to full-scale war, is worse. So that's the current situation, we find ourselves in today. And unfortunately, I don't really see, that changing like anytime soon. In fact, after the ChatGPT and Anthropic IPOs, which, by the way, we'll get to that later, but Anthropic just announced for later this year, once they go through, I really do think there's a chance we have a worse escalation. But until then, it seems like it'll just be, the tit for tat back and forth every now and then with a few strikes hitting each other. Especially, before the elections coming up in November. So elections and IPOs, follow the money, guys, and, follow the elections. So.
All right. Cool, man. Okay. Well, I guess that's good news. There's no nuclear detonation happening right now. So we got a little time to enjoy life for now. But all right, let's get into the next one. This is hey man, I wanted you to be on for this one because we're talking about the Democratic Party maneuvering, and it seems to come up on the show a lot because this is where we come from, and our audience knows, you guys know that we're the most skeptical of the party we used to fight for, right? We're the most skeptical, the most critical, and so we're not going to fall for it when they do it again, and they're doing it again. What I'm talking about is the party leaders pretending that they're coming towards the radical candidates, the people that are anti-war and anti-imperialist and these policies that the Democratic Party has never embraced. And so we see this happening with El Sayed. We know it's been happening with Mamdani. This is the same playbook we've seen with Bernie and AOC, and of course Obama. He was the originator of this "yes, we can," "fuck you," and as soon as I get into office. And so we're seeing this now with El Sayed. So let's set the table here for what has happened. And what has happened is that you have Kamala Harris endorsing El Sayed, and more importantly, El Sayed accepting the endorsement. And so let's see how we got there. And this shouldn't have come from as a surprise to anybody paying attention. Here is El Sayed talking about how his opinion on Ukraine, and we've been doing work on that. We know, our other shows, and Revolutionary Blackout Network, Nick Cruz and Nico House. There's been a lot of people telling us, don't fall for this anti-imperialist garbage. He is 100% pro-NATO, 100% pro-imperialist when it comes to kidnapping Maduro or going into Cuba, basically Lindsey Graham policies. But just so people know, if you haven't been paying attention, here's El Sayed talking about how he feels about the Ukraine war.
You're saying you would not support sending aid to Israel, which was attacked by Hamas, but you have also said that you would support sending military aid to Ukraine, which was, of course, attacked and invaded by Russia. Where do you draw the line there?
How do you make that make sense? Because we have the same question. They're asking for a different, not as an honest way, but it is funny to see them to see NBC point that out.
We want to know, why are you supporting any war? And she wants to know, why aren't you supporting all war?
Yes,
so
yes,
that's the difference. So.
Yes. So he's got a problem. He's got to explain. He's got to explain to us. Well, he doesn't actually have to explain shit to us. He can ignore us. But he has to explain to her, because you can't. It is hypocritical. Whereas NBC is very consistent with supporting every effing war. So they're being consistent. He's not. She's asking him, how do you make sense of this? Please explain to our viewers.
Well, in Ukraine, you're talking about attacks from a leader of a neighboring sovereign country who clearly violated international law in attempting to breach the sovereignty of the Ukrainian public. That is conditional on that circumstance. We have been offering unconditional foreign military aid to Israel, independent of the circumstances, for years and years and years. And might I say, it's not just Israel, it's also Egypt, it's also Jordan, it's also Saudi Arabia. That's the difference. It's about the conditions. So when we're talking about taking on Putin and his violation of international law, I do believe we have a responsibility to uphold international law and therefore to support Ukraine. And
But Matt, the fact that we overthrew the Ukrainian government in 2014 to install a government that was going to put NATO nukes and NATO troops on Russia's border, don't bring that up. That's irrelevant to the conversation. Putin just woke up one day and decided to invade Ukraine for absolutely no reason. It was a purely democratic government. And what people don't realize, right, the way that current government took power is not constitutional according to Ukraine's own constitution. So you could argue that the government in Ukraine has no legitimacy. And many people do argue that. So it's like, for him to sit there and make that argument without acknowledging the history there, it's mind-blowing. It's like liberals will recognize that America sometimes interferes. They don't realize how much, but they recognize that America sometimes interferes in Africa and South America. But for some reason, they cannot wrap their heads around the possibility of America overthrowing a European government. I don't know why, but they just won't accept that we overthrew the government in Ukraine and caused this whole situation. They just want to make it seem like Putin's crazy. We did it out of nowhere. No reason. We don't know why.
When these people watch like clip shows of the greatest hits of Lindsey Graham, as a lot of those were going around a few weeks ago, like, does it ever occur to them that they're agreeing with him on half his shit? Like, does that ever get you curious that he's like, yeah, we're gonna stick it to Putin down to the last Ukrainian? Like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Oh, we're gonna stick it to Iran. We're gonna show those mother effers that we were bringing democracy as we blow them up. Oh, that's not good. It's like, dude, like how do you make? And that's why she asks a good question in that clip. How do you make sense? And so she's coming from the we should agree with Lindsey Graham on all of it, right? Yeah. He's like, no, only on this one, not on that one. Got it. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, this makes sense. Why? The next thing that happens, we said at the top of the segment, Kamala Harris, perfect position to come right in and say, we got you, man. We understand. We got a heart now. We understand that we have to move a little more to the left in order to meet you there, which is all bullshit. But here's the report. Here's the breaking news on the endorsement from Kamala. And oh, by the way, followed by some very horrible, purposely horrible assessments of it. Here we go.
We've got to break in right now. I'm sorry, we've got breaking news.
Yeah. So based on what you just said, Monica, as you were speaking, you were talking about Michigan. I was looking it up. We just saw that former VP Kamala Harris just endorsed Michigan.
The one in the mask? Yeah, the one in the mask, that one. Go ahead.
And Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. So I think this is really where the Democrat Party is headed. Kamala Harris, we have seen her talk about a lot of the DSA platform issues.
It doesn't matter, though.
That's a great point. It may not matter, ED, because we have seen that Kamala Harris wasn't necessarily favorable. But Monica, your take?
Sure. No, my take on this is, look,
Plattner, Mamdani, the campaigns behind all of this, what we're seeing right now in breaking news happening in Michigan. Again, you've got to take a look at that voter, young, under 45, college, college educated, and I wonder what they're teaching at these universities and whether, we were talking about this earlier, how they're getting their news, and I'm talking about college kids that are voting over here in these counties because they're out there, they're motivated, and we don't know how far the DSA is going to go, as given with Kamala Harris, but look, he's standing there right now speaking in breaking news, and he is the winner.
Okay, here's a little bit of what she said as she made the announcement. She said Dr. Abdul El-Sayed understands the power is with the people and that the stakes could be higher in this election. While Michiganders struggle to afford everyday essentials, housing, gas, groceries, health care, and child care, Trump and Republicans in Congress are giving away $1 trillion in tax breaks to the wealthy and powerful. We need bold solutions to these crises. I proudly stand with him to ensure we win a Democratic Senate majority in November. But again, I go back to the money, because maybe for small primaries, you can win a primary, as El-Sayed did, with very little money compared to his competitor. But when you go into that general election, you got to have cash, and you're not getting it, because I've got 2 college kids. You're not getting it from that Kalamazoo and the Michigan State student body.
But also he had that critical endorsement from the auto workers group over there too. So that's something to point out, that he did win them over.
He did not win Dearborn, and that's the base of the auto workers.
Here's at the end of the day, older voters went against El-Sayed, working class voters went against El-Sayed, and as well the black community went against him. And this is a trend that we saw in New York City, we're seeing it in Michigan. But the significance of this endorsement should not be underestimated here. He just got Chuck Schumer for one thing, which is extremely telling. But remember, the uncommitted movement went against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That movement emanated from Michigan. Guess who was one of the supporters of that movement? Abdul El-Sayed. Now, he said, I'm going to support the winner of the Democrat primary, but he was part of that uncommitted movement, and she has just now hugged that movement. She has embraced it. That tells you everything you need to know.
All right, I'm done with these guys. No, it doesn't. And they don't know how politics works. That's not when party leaders, when prominent figures in your party put their hand out and say, I'm with you. They're not coming to you. They're putting their hand out. They're taking you by the arm and they're pulling you towards them. That's how it works. They're not changing their mind. This is the part we covered the Chuck Schumer part last week. It's crazy. You got Dan Bongino and the rest of them on the right. They're going nuts. They're like, I can't believe Chuck Schumer bowed down to this guy. What is that? What a horrible leader. It's like, no, he's not. No one's bowing down. They're saying they're taking him. They're escorting him over to the right center, which is not even, it's just the right wing warmongering wing of the party. That's what they're doing. And he's going right along with it. Right. I mean that's,
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it could be any clearer that this is a perfect example of the lesser of two evils, like working in real time. Right. And what I mean by that is, they lost, what's her name? Kamala Harris lost in Michigan specifically because she wouldn't support, Palestine and, call out what Israel was doing. And then, right after that, she turns around and endorses, the candidate who was partly, who played a role in handing Trump the presidency, right? And what did Trump run on? Trump ran on no new wars. So they thought by either voting for Trump or not supporting Kamala, that maybe we could get a little bit of luck with Trump. And now look what Trump has done. Trump has greatly escalated the war with Israel, and the war with Ukraine is chugging along the same as it always has. The only reason why Trump isn't still arming Ukraine is because there's no more arms to give Ukraine right now. But if we had the arms, Trump definitely would have been sending the arms over there too. So now everyone realizes how bad Trump is. So the Democrats get to pretend, oh, well, we're a little better. So, unless you want to stick with these Republicans forever and ever, just come vote for us. But we saw what happened the last time the Democrats had control, right? Yeah. So the fact that this guy, El-Sayed, cannot, maintain a backbone for at least a week, like after he wins this nomination, if he had any courage whatsoever, he would have rejected Kamala Harris's
That's
endorsement, right? Because he would have said, hey, you were VP as all this was going on. You said nothing. During the campaign, you had a chance to distance yourself from it and say, I don't agree with the way he handled that. This is how I would have handled it. You said nothing. You lost the election. You still said nothing. And you're not the only thing. Like, I remember specifically during the campaign, one of Kamala Harris's criticisms of Trump was that he didn't support Israel enough.
Yeah.
That was literally one of her criticisms of Trump. So for him to accept that, not that endorsement, tells you he's not serious. You're
Hey, I
never
gotta
going to get
come
change
in
in
and
the
out.
Democratic Party, guys.
I got to come back in. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Just
Yeah, no worries. So it's like, for it to happen that quickly, it just shows you they're not even trying at this point. Like, all they're doing is they're passing the baton back and forth. Democrats are in power. Democrats suck. Trump says, don't worry, I'll make things just a little bit better. What do you have to lose? Take a risk on me. And then, of course, Trump comes in, makes it 10 times worse. So now the Democrats come back and say, oh, look how bad that guy is. We're a little bit better than him, so support us. That's the way the lesser of two evils work. And it's not an accident. It's not them trying and failing. If you follow the money, you'll see they all take money from the same people. This is literally their strategy. So at some point, we have to recognize we're not going to get change between these two parties. This is a game to them. It's not accidental. They're not trying and failing. This is their purpose. This is how they work.
Yeah. And their job is to do what they do every single cycle, is to herd anti-imperialist voters right back into the duopoly war party. That's what their job is. They've been doing it every time. If we don't see it now, I don't know when people will ever see it. I like this response because you mentioned the part about he didn't have to accept the endorsement. He didn't have to. And a friend of the show, Nico House, duopoly destroyer himself, says that yes, Abdul El-Sayed proudly accepts Kamala Harris's endorsement, which shouldn't be surprising because he endorsed her as she oversaw a genocide.
I didn't even know that. I thought he did not support her during the election. I didn't even know that, but I guess that makes more sense.
He didn't campaign for her, but when push came to shove and it was time to it's time to vote, guys, it's lesser two evils. We got to do this. We got to save the country from Trump and Joe Rogan and Elon and RFK and Tulsi. We got to save them. Actually, that's funny because the thing they ran on was much. I think you mentioned this too earlier. That the thing that Trump was running on was much better than what Kamala was running. Kamala was running on Joe Biden. She said, "I'm doing I'm not making one effing different change. I'm doing so everything you just got. I'm going to do the same effing thing. That's it." So I'm glad Nico points this out. That he told everyone vote blue no matter who. At the end of the day, he told people that. So here we are. When are leftists going to stop falling for shit libs putting on leftist blackface for votes and donations? Because they do make a lot of money off of this, don't they? And you mentioned the memory of what Kamala had, and she said some horrible things during that camp. It was only 100 days. She said like 2 years worth of shit in 100 days for sure. And here's one of the reminders about Kamala has already put her foot in her mouth on this. I don't know how she can undo this. I mean, she could apologize, but that ain't happening.
Refugee camp, do you think that is a legitimate military target?
We are not telling Israel how it should conduct this war. Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal, unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense, and that's not going to change. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. The aid that we have given Israel allowed Israel to defend itself, including from Iran.
فالشاش بيجي بالساهل خيال منحر الظهر وعصر خليل وفجر على صبح
And Iran-backed militias such as Hamas and Hezbollah.
Israel launched an attack on Iran. What is your message to Iran?
Do not respond. It would be a mistake. We must stand with Israel. Our defense relationship is critical to both nations. And that's why I am fully committed to maintaining Israel's qualitative military edge.
It's never going to change, Matt. She told you, right? Those were her words. Her commitment to Israel is never going to change. Yet the guy who got elected based off mostly one principle he's known for, and that's being willing to call out Israel, he accepts her endorsement.
Wow, man. By the way, people are asking about what's her end game. Is she going for 2028? There's some people that think she is, which is crazy. But again, this is just it's a money-making operation. If she becomes the nomination again, it's going to be another money-making operation.
She's going to run, definitely. I don't think she's going to win because, I mean, I don't know. It really depends who the Republicans put up, but she's definitely going to run. I just think the Democrats are going to need some like Obama, like type figure who can rally people a little bit more. And that's definitely not Kamala. But she's going to get the energy going a little bit. So they'll throw her in there. So
yeah. Well, let's look at this one that she released. Does it look? What do you think? Watch this and tell me if you think it looks like she's got her eye on something. She's got her eye on something. I don't know what it is. Here we go.
Everybody, okay, the midterms are coming up in 3 months, and we have a lot of work to do because those folks are cheating. They're trying to rig the system. They are trying to redraw the map.
Remember, guys, they're the cheaters, not us. We're good. They cheat. We don't. Okay.
The one who skipped the primaries and did not actually win the nomination, but got installed as the Democratic nominee. She is accusing other people of cheating. Oh, okay.
Wow. Yeah, good point. Like we're the Democrats. We don't do primaries. That should be the slogan, right? We don't do primaries.
All of that. So we understand that.
Actually, it's funny because this whole ad she's put out there, this whole little whatever Instagram thing, she starts off by saying the primaries in 3 months. Like, wait, but Democrats don't do primaries. So what are you even whining about? Okay, but anyways, all right, continue.
Obstacles in front of us, and we know what to do. Ours is the power of the people. So let's make sure everyone we know is registered to vote. Make sure people check their registration status because they've been trying to purge the rolls in various places. And let's just know that we have to turn out in big numbers to jump over all these obstacles they're trying to throw our way. We have to be too big to rig. And please understand your power. Let's never let anybody take our power from us. And follow headquarters for a lot of information on how we can just keep mobilizing and keep building our movement that is about making sure the power is with the people. I'll see you later. Take care.
It's actually the opposite of that. Did she say too big to rig? Holy sh! Wait, hold on. We're too big to rig. So what are you saying? If you have enough momentum, you don't have to rig anything. But if you're not big enough, or if you run into any problems, then you'll have to resort to rigging. Is that what you're saying? What are you saying? I don't get that. Is this some catch line she's going with? Too big to rig?
I think what she's trying to say is make the support for the Democrats so overwhelming that the Republicans can't cheat their way out of it because it'll be obvious that they're cheating. So go for it, dominate your opponents so there's no question about who wins. I think that's
too big
really
for that.
What she means. So,
too big for them to rig, but we don't. We never do any rigging on our side.
No, Democrats don't.
All right. So okay. So look, I want to flush this out at the end of this idea here that this isn't just about we're making fun of these completely moronic people that come in, and like we can go on all day about AOC, we can go on all day about these other folks as well. That
I think it's more likely she wins actually than Kamala. I could see AOC making a better run for it than Kamala, but that's just me.
But AOC is very good at pretending that she's with the people. She knows how to. She waits
for
the
right
moment.
She got a black accent. She got a country accent. Like you know, she can mold her accents based on whoever she's talking to. That's presidential material, Matt.
She might have gotten training from Hillary on that because Hillary used to do that when she go to the southern states. Remember, she's
yeah,
that's funny.
Yep.
But but AOC knows how to say the G word at the right time, and like it's so she gets that, and she's better at that than Bernie. Even she knows how to like really be like, no, we're doing, but at the same time, she's obviously pro NATO. So we could go on about all that, but I think ultimately let's take one step back from the democratic dysfunction of that machine and understand that this is the same thing they do on the Republican side. And I think that this conversation, I'm going to play a clip from this interview Tucker did with Hunter Biden. And I probably wouldn't have thought twice about this, because I get that the two of them sitting down, it's good for ratings. It's like, oh, Tucker's going for understanding, and Hunter's been more willing to throw certain people under the bus, including himself at times. But that's just his branding. That's his kind of, damage control spin that he's been doing. Like, I'm open, guys. I'll sit on podcasts and I'll go sit with Tucker. So, okay, great. I wouldn't even have brought this up, Jay, but I'm going to play this clip. I want you guys to watch it for what it is, whatever idea you get from it. When it's over, I'm going to give you the reason I put this up is because Gen X girl shared this out, and she had something to say about it, but I'm not going to put what she had to say yet. I want to get your initial reaction, and then I'm going to put what she had to say. And I think there is something here for all of us to understand moving forward into this, like this uniparty versus the rest of us, because that's what this is. And I don't think this conversation is as thorough as you might hope it would have been.
Everything has everything changed, and I attribute it to one thing. We can get to that, but
what's the one thing?
To Donald Trump. Everybody says, he's a symptom of the disease, and the reality is that I think he's one of the most transformational individuals in our political history for ill. And I think he had such an opportunity to do great things, and he just decided that all he was going to do was for himself. And but anyway, regardless, well, I mean, we got 2 hours to talk.
Look, we're from the same place.
Yeah.
I grew up with your high school girlfriend, I think. So I mean, I'm very familiar with the world that you're from, because I'm sort of from it too. And I noticed the change during Obama. And I'm not blaming Obama. I'm not blaming but the society changed. It was like all of a sudden, if you didn't like Obama, you were a racist.
Yeah.
And I felt like in our neighborhood, that was the dividing line. You couldn't say anything about Obama that wasn't positive.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
No, I mean, I think that I had a completely probably different perspective on that. But I don't discount if you say that you felt that way.
Well, it was before then. Like if it was Clinton,
I
knew a lot of Clinton staffers, and you could be like, really, Monica Lewinsky? And they'd be like, yeah, Monica Lewinsky, or Bush, really the Iraq War? Yeah, the Iraq, it was like, but people seem to lose their sense of humor in 2008.
Yeah, so my reaction to that is, according to Tucker, the big problem is Obama, and according to Hunter Biden, the big problem is Trump. But whatever you do, don't blame the Democrat and Republican parties. It's just these two people, in the parties that messed it up. And, I will say, right, I actually agree with Tucker to an extent. And, I agree with both of them. I think both of them are transformational leaders to a respect, but they're just advancing the next stage in the system. They're not doing it because they're uniquely evil, but the election of both of them did cause a reaction. Like Obama had the chance, right, to put systemic change in place. Like he ran on essentially what was Medicare for all, like back in those days. He didn't do it. He didn't even deliver a public option, and life continued to get worse under Obama. He bailed out the bankers. He was terrible on civil rights. He did all of this crap, right? And because he didn't implement any systemic change, and he was the first Black president, I will say I do believe racism started to make a bigger comeback, like under Obama, because he mobilized racist people, and I'll never forget, I was in college, and my roommate at the time, this was like during the elections, and he wound up moving out like a little bit after this, but like he got drunk one night. We were sitting there talking, and like I asked him, so who would you support in the elections? Like, oh well, I don't really like who was it running against him, McCain, but I had to vote for him because I couldn't vote for Obama. And I asked him, well, why is that? He said, well, it's not because he's black, it's just because he's not white. That's what my roommate told me. So, and he was drunk when he said that. So I thought that was funny, and it was pretty awkward after that. I didn't make a big deal out of it or anything, but he wound up moving out not too long after that. But anyway, so like at the end of the day, right? They do both make a point that both of them transformed the energies in the country, but they were both installed for that purpose. And they all take money from the same interests. There's actually not that much difference in foreign policy between Trump and Obama. It's just different extremes, right? Because Obama gave, Israel the Iron Dome, and Obama oversaw the overthrow of the Ukrainian government. So they both have the same general path. They just move along it at different speeds, right? So, they're both wrong in that way. And I want to say, I thought you were going to pull up another clip from the interview. I don't know if you caught this part of it, but now Hunter Biden, you know what he said about Netanyahu in the interview? Did you catch that part?
He said that the guy is genocidal.
He said Netanyahu is evil incarnate. But sir, your father empowered him to do that. Your father could have stopped him. So how is it you have all this criticism of Netanyahu, but you don't have criticism of your father or the Democratic Party or the Republican Party that empowers him? Because we could take away their military aid like that. We could make it conditional on them following our rules like that. We don't do any of that. So, but it's also telling me, right? Like eventually there's going to be a rug pull for Israel. Yes, they might blame Netanyahu first, and first they'll shift all the blame to him. But we know what's going to happen when Netanyahu goes, right, Matt? They'll put in someone who's just as bad, maybe nearly as bad, maybe a little bit worse, maybe a little bit better, but the same general direction as Netanyahu, right? So they can delay it for another few years. But Israel is too far gone to save at this point. They've lost the public opinion.
Okay. All that's fine. All that's great. What this conversation is, the purpose of this conversation is to bring two people together that have presented that they are willing to listen and be open-minded as they share different experiences. And the reason that that's something that they were successful doing is because it got people on both sides to become aware that there's another perspective. And they come out of this interview thinking, or this conversation really, come out of this conversation thinking we've made a step forward, because now you have two camps that are acknowledging the other camp, but each of them have a different experience. One, like you said earlier, blaming everything on Obama, and one of them blaming everything on Trump. That is all theater. None of this is organic or real or sincere. And I'm going to explain when I'll give you Gen X's girl's response to this and why I shared this clip, because they can talk all day about what they agree with on Israel and what they but yet again it's the same. Who's really to blame? Well, I blame Netanyahu. I blame Joe Biden. What about your dad? What about Trump? Well, okay, but all of that is designed to protect the overall narrative, the real problem, which is the system itself, the imperialist, capitalist, colonialist system that's been there well before Trump and Obama. And Clinton was mentioned. Clinton was mentioned as a throwaway by Tucker there was a time when we could point out things like Monica Lewinsky and people would go, oh yeah, that kind of sucks. In other words, they're both pushing the fake theater that the system used to work before these two very big personalities came around and ruined it for us in one way or the other. But we have a different opinion. This is a very good breakdown, and I want to share this. So Hunter Biden and Tucker Carlson discuss who changed America for the worse. They're both wrong. This is a narrative that goes back to post 9/11, and with each iteration, it's become more toxic, diverse, and extreme. We're busy fighting each other while the war rages on. And this goes back to 2001 with Bush 1, presenting that there was a race war, which is what that was the whole point. There's a race war. Muslims are terrorists. But in reality, the tactical war was Afghanistan, Iraq, and bomb Pakistan and Somalia. Then Obama comes in. The race war changes a bit. This is just a different spin to it. This is what we mentioned earlier. The race war was America is racist. When meanwhile, the tactical war is in Afghanistan. It's in Iraq, Arab Spring, and overthrowing Libya with help from teammate Hillary Clinton, high-fiving it the whole way. Then you go to Trump's first term. Race war back on. This time it's Browns are invading America and Muslims are terrorists. Tactical war. Afghanistan, bomb Iraq, Libya, Pakistan, Somalia, Syria, Yemen. Well, why don't you bring Biden in? He'll fix things. New race war spin. Conservative whites are domestic terrorists. Meanwhile, war in Ukraine, Gaza genocide, overthrow Syria, bomb Iraq, Yemen, and Somalia once again. Trump back in for his second term. Here we go with another race war spin. Third world, Browns are invading America. Left and anti-Israel are terrorists. Tactical war, Ukraine, Iran, Gaza, overthrow Venezuela, bomb Iraq, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, and Nigeria. What do you think the next turn will be? If you can't see the pattern, you perpetuate the cycle. And with each alliteration, it gets more extreme. Now, she said that Tucker and Hunter are both wrong. She didn't expand on that, on why they were wrong, because they misread this, or they have a legitimate alternative analysis. I will go further and suggest that it's on purpose, that conversation is meant to make us think that we're trying to connect the dots on our experiences. One is that Obama changed everything for the worse. The other is that Trump did. Let's agree to disagree and enjoy that conversation. When the real conversation is not actually being had, and that's on purpose.
Yeah, they're trying to, keep the conversation within certain borders, right? They don't want you questioning the system. They just want you questioning which figure it was who just messed it up for everybody. And once we figure out who that person is, then we can put all the blame on that person and forget about, trying to change the system. So I agree, like I said, they're both downplaying, that the fact that the system is in control. But I do agree with both of them in the sense that both of those presidents were transformational to an extent in affecting the energy of the country. Because, I definitely noticed, like a shift, in the energy when both of them were in office. So
those experiences are legit. So let me be clear. Those happened, and it's too bad that Tucker couldn't use that conversation to be like, so this is your experience, this is mine. Let's get to what really happened. And exactly. So that would have been, that's where you needed to go. But they stopped it there. Oh, your experience, my experience. Okay, great. We're cool. All right. That's not, you barely started. That's just the introduction. The introduction is, hi, my name is Hunter Biden. Here was my experience. Trump was the thing that changed everything. Hi, I'm Tucker. I'm in this. I understand you had that, but my experience is that Obama changed everything. Okay, great. Now let's talk about what really effing happened. No, we're going to skip that part.
Yep. Agreed. It's all on purpose. And, again, Matt, this is their job. Like their job is to understand world events and then give us an informed perspective on it. And, if we can establish a pattern and figure it out, there's no excuse why these people shouldn't be able to do that. So it's on purpose. I agree.
It's on purpose. Okay. Hey, listen, just for order's sake, are you cool if we skip to the floor? We can go back to the economic one, but I want to hit this one because this is the headline topic.
We could do that.
Just because it's been our headliner, and if people are tuning in, I want to make sure they know we've been talking about this pretty much most of the day. It's been this topic, or at least that's been the theme. Let me just throw this. Hold on, I just need 1 second here to get it set. Yes, okay. We have to do it. We have to do it. We know what it's not today. Yeah, for sure. Okay. And if you guys are just tuning in, it's The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass with Jay Scott. And you guys you missed some of the show, not all of it. So you can always go back and watch the segments we upload on our channel. and on Rumble and on YouTube, or just watch the whole live in its entirety, in its rough, raw, unedited form, which we like to keep those up there as well. So without further ado, let's go on to our next segment. Oh, by the way, before I play this intro, I have to tell you, Jay, I cut two new. I did over the last week. I cut two new open intros for our the Lost in Translation and Apologies Long Overdue. They're pretty.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Nice.
we got them now. So the next time we do those ones, you guys are gonna see those.
I'm looking forward to the Lost in Translation for sure. So
Yeah,
that's always a funny segment, man. But
Yeah.
let's do it.
We can do one, just so I want to play it on the show, live on the show. So we'll do one next show, so we can see it.
Let's do it. I think I sent you one with Netanyahu. I don't know if you were speaking in Hebrew or English, but I got to research stuff for that segment for sure.
Let's do a translation, a Lost in Translation on Thursday. Yeah, for sure.
Let's do
Okay.
it.
All right, here we go. You guys know what time it is. Here we go.
Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are still baffled. They're looking into it, but we are seeing some pretty interesting, we'll call it interesting, like Gavin Newsom, interesting developments happening in the MAHA space. Aside from the Fauci hearing debacle and the texts that have come out, and we've told you guys he's been might be being charged for contempt of court, all that stuff, all that theater. There was what I guess you could say, quote unquote, good news, but we are gonna probably be a little bit of some Debbie Downer for you guys today. If you guys heard this quote unquote good news, it is that Trump has now officially, with an executive order, he's now lowered the childhood vaccine recommendations from a whopping 72, which we were at 72, down to 11. Let's see how USA Today has reported on this. Obviously there's some people petrified about this that love pharma and hate this idea. Trump praises vaccine order, but critics fear child deaths. What to know? Well, health experts say that the rising number of measles and whooping cough cases are just the start of the changing public health landscape, resulting from the White House's new stance on kids getting shots. Trump is hailing his new order on vaccines as a win for freedom of choice in children's future medical care. But critics are slamming the move, saying it could lead to a greater risk of disease rarely seen for generations. Trump signed the EO on August 10th, aimed at giving Americans more choice in terms of what vaccines their children take, according to the White House. The order aims to decrease the number of vaccines children take and split vaccines that have been administered in a single shot into several shots across separate doctor visits. So in a sense, you can say Trump is upping the amount of visits and the amount of procedures. So in that case, I think that part might actually be a win for pharma. Now you got more visits. Nothing bad can happen from what we're doing. And of course, they took his funniest quote of all, because he talked a lot about it. But I like that they took this one. Nothing bad can happen from what we're doing, Trump said. It's possible. It doesn't work. I don't think that's much of a possibility, frankly. But we're gonna learn a lot. So that's a funny quote to take from his. And he did drone on about it for a while. I'll play one of the clips, which is this one's been making the rounds. This is where he officially says that the recommendations for particularly hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza are no longer going to be recommended. They're going to be something that the parents discuss with the pediatrician. So it's still being discussed. It's not being officially recommended. So here's that clip.
One, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than giving them all in the same day. Very importantly, vaccinations for hepatitis B, COVID-19, and influenza, among others, are no longer recommended for all children. In addition, this executive order directs the Attorney General to advance legal challenges against states that violate children's rights to religious or medical vaccination exemptions for the exemptions.
So, and I'll play this one more that I think stuck out for me because he's talking about and this I got a lot of people upset that were the pro pharma lefties got really upset by this, but and this is the part about the 20. He's basically going to be doing 20. He wants to say 20% of what's been given in one visit will now be given in 5. So it'll be divided into 5. So here's him explaining that part. And that made a lot of people angry because they want to inject their kids all like just give them the full dose, the full Monty.
Large amounts of vaccine, large amounts of like vats of vaccine are currently pumped into your child's body. And we're doing 20% of that at each visit. And we'll let time elapse between visits so the body can handle this massive amount of fluid being pumped in. I think it's going to make a big difference. You know, there are some groups that have virtually no problem with autism. And they, you know, I have to say this, they're groups that aren't big into the world of vaccines. So there's something wrong when we see record numbers all the time, every year for years and years. Every year gets higher autism. And we think we have a very good recommendation.
So of course, people got infuriated by that. As far as he's mentioning autism, and you can't be talking about autism because there's so much. That science has been concluded, and how dare he does that? And then of course all this like, well, we hope nothing goes wrong. And then, but the reality is, and there's nothing. I mean, Jay, I would just say that the reality here is that when you divide these visits up into 5 parts, that seems like that's gonna. In one way, you can make the argument that's going to make pharma more money because now you're dividing this thing up and it costs. There's more that needs to be spent. Therefore, you charge more because you're dividing things up rather than consolidating it. So that's my initial thought on it. But what's your first takeaway on this? And I'll have to say that yes, there's a lot of MAHA people excited right now. People that have been quiet and really bummed for the last 2 years and nothing was happening, and they think. And I've had people reach out to me about this, Jay. They think this is a big celebrational moment, and they're like jumping for joy right now. What's your initial thought hearing this?
Sure. So when I hear that, first I hear Trump mention that there are certain groups that suffer from autism a lot less, right? One of those groups is the Amish, the Amish community, right? Mm-hmm. And there was just a case that was decided in New York where essentially the Trump administration weighed in on the side of the mandates because essentially the New York mandates overrode religious liberty, the religious exemption to those vaccinations. And the Trump administration recommended that the court side with the mandates on that. So for him to get up there and now all of a sudden talk about communities that don't get affected by autism as those same communities have just been victims of his administration's like overreach is actually pretty ironic. But, like what I would say, right, is Trump is absolutely the worst possible person to lead this charge. And the reason I say that is because of who he is and how polarizing he is, it now means that having questions about vaccines will always remain a political topic. If you have, to some people, I should say, to some people on the left, if you have any questions about the vaccine schedule or about the mRNA injections, then you're a Trump supporter. Like you are a racist Trump supporter, who supports, Russia, and I don't know. It's so insane, and because he's so polarizing, and he's also so badly informed on this topic that he can't really speak intelligently about it. Like he doesn't convince anybody that was not already on that side. And he makes the people who were previously against it double down even more on being against, questioning vaccines. So it's really disappointing, to see that he is the first person to actually have questions about it. And it's completely, disingenuous in my opinion. In fact, I expect that this will likely be overturned, fairly soon. But we're not going to hear about the overturn. That isn't going to make the headlines the same way, like this ruling made the headlines. So, what I would ask people to think about, right, is he is actually correct on the danger being probably slightly less if it's spread out over a certain amount of time, right? Because if you look at the mechanism behind why some of those shots, are bad for people, it's, people say it's the aluminum in it, right? And the polysorbate 80. And the aluminum, one of the effects of it is it can get concentrated in the brain a little bit. And aluminum or aluminum-like substances are in the majority of vaccines. So if you get all that aluminum into your body at the same time, and it's going to your brain at the same time, I can understand why it's more likely to, have an effect there, right? So he may be onto something, but the next question is, because we don't have any placebo-controlled trials for any of these shots, we really don't know for sure that the benefits outweigh the risks, with all of these. So I have questions about whether or not the majority of them are safe overall. And I don't know if spreading it out, it might make it less bad, but I don't know if the benefits still outweigh the costs, like if you spread it out a little bit. So, I am glad the conversation is being had, but I'm really disappointed because of who's leading the conversation, because he's badly informed, he's extremely polarizing, and more than likely this will just be overturned shortly anyway. So
also, just to be absolutely clear, just because there's less recommendations doesn't mean that your pediatrician isn't going to be pushing these vaccines on you anyway. So all these people that are scared to death that their kids won't be able to get 72 jabs, they don't have to worry. They get all of them. None of them are being taken off the market. Can I say that again? None of these vaccines are being taken off the market.
But you know why they're worried, Matt? They're worried because your kids have to be injected to protect their kids who already took the injection to protect them from the disease, right?
So, for sure. That's obviously what I do is going to affect that they're already wired that way for sure. And you guys can look up the executive order yourself if you want to, look at what he's calling delivering gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations for Americans. It kind of cuts to the chase here with the first one, the purpose and the policy. He kind of goes through it. He didn't write this, he signed it, but but it just kind of goes through recommendations with best practices from peer developed countries. So they're taking data from other countries that don't do. Obviously, we're the only one that's been doing 72. We're the only one. It's insane. So based on the review, these are the ones that are going to stay. So you understand there's nothing happening with measles, mumps, rubella, these other ones, tetanus and polio, all these ones. These are all going to stay. And then you got these other ones that will stay for certain groups, whatever that means, high-risk groups. And then you got the ones that are going to, again, maybe technically, so item 3 here, technically they won't be recommended, but they will be part of clinical decision making. So you will still be sat down and given these as, hey, I really think you need to do this. Hep B, you really got to do this. Hey, it's COVID season, everyone. Come on, you new parents, start things off right with your baby. Get the COVID jab. So it'll still be part of the process. So it's all there. And so, look, I get it. It's a nice little theatrical moment. I do feel like there are a lot of Mahas that are jumping for joy. I don't want to take that away from them, but I don't think this is doing much. And I think the timing of it is important because you're getting this timing right when we're seeing, Fauci being rolled out I think this is supposed to get the base excited that hey, see, we told you if you just held tight and waited for 2 years, we'd get something. So that's what this is. This is a rollout for you to think that something's been happening this whole time when really nothing's been pulled off the shelf.
Yeah.
We have so much data and evidence that it's unbelievable amount of evidence about the mRNA. And just to remind people, RFK just greenlit $1 billion to Pfizer for more mRNA.
And they approved the mRNA flu shot.
And then they approved Moderna's flu shot also with mRNA.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the killer. This is the thing that kills. This is the cancer causing element, the SV40 carcinogen, right?
Yep.
That's been put in on purpose. So nothing's being done there.
And sorry, really quick, the SV40 is there because of the manufacturing process. Like for those who don't understand it, so that problem is more than likely going to be consistent with every single mRNA shot until they address the actual manufacturing process of these mRNA injections. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but let's look at that part, because this part Trump knows very well, RFK knows very well. By the way, Rand Paul and Ron Johnson know this very well, yet we're not getting this demanded to be off the shelf now. We're getting more contracts.
And really quick, just to, cap that last part, the executive order part off with one last thing. You mentioned the vaccine sales, right? The last time we spoke about, this topic. Like when you go to your pediatrician, just because Trump changed the recommendations, it doesn't mean that the insurance companies have changed the way their incentive structure works, right? With those bonuses. And I just looked that up actually before we went on the air, and insurance companies don't have to alter their payout structure, right? So if you're going to a pediatrician who has a deal that a certain percentage of their patients are going to be injected with the old vaccine schedule before Trump signed this EO, then Trump's executive order doesn't really change much in that respect. So, could you argue it's a temporary step in the right direction? Yes. Will it hold up? Time will tell.
I don't think it's a temporary step. I think it's a theatrical presentation that keeps everybody happy. What pharma would not be okay with this? Like if there was actually something that's going to hurt their profits, they're not. This is why I mentioned the part about, you're dividing this up into 5 parts. That's more profit. They go, well, that's good for us. We can still roll this out into 5 parts, and we can still make that profit. So I just think that. I don't know, a step in the right direction. It's just a theater piece.
Well, I said you could argue.
You could argue.
I didn't say that it for sure is, but I can see why people are at least a little positive about it. But I would argue because of who the messenger is, how badly informed and how polarizing he is, it's really not going to be a step in the right direction.
The only thing more polarizing than that messenger is messenger RNA, right? So we got
touche. You got me.
Messenger RNA is the real killer. That's you can't get any more devices than that, right? Dropping dead. That's pretty much
it divides life from death. Yeah, those devices.
Yeah. So why don't we remind people? And this is the people doing the work. Like, we know Dr. David Martin. We know Dr. John Campbell. Let's look at this. Is John Campbell's latest analysis of the actual mRNA in the vaccine, saying that 1 out of 35 people that were injected with mRNA in their COVID vaccine has some sort of myocardial heart injury. I'm not kidding you. 1 out of 35. Check it out.
So 1 in 35 participants, 1 in 35 recipients, rather, 1 in 35 who received the booster vaccine had vaccine-associated myocardial injury. I'm just going to read that out again. 1 in 35 people who received the booster had vaccine-associated myocardial injury. This is a range of adverse reaction that is off the scale in healthcare, off the scale, and yet, in New Zealand and other places, it's still being actively and unethically, some might say, promoted. This is just off the scale risks, off the scale completely. The only way you would take this kind of risk in healthcare if the alternative was certain death. Otherwise, you just certainly wouldn't. You know, we just don't take this level of risk. It's just complete madness. What has happened here?
Oh my God, this is horrible. And I can't believe they're still using the Avengers superheroes to say, get your shot. Wow. I'm appalled by this, and knowing that full well. And if you guys, just to be very clear, it's not just in the COVID vaccine anymore. They're putting it in Moderna is right now, as we speak, Moderna is whipping out a flu vaccine that's supposed to work better, more effective, safer, and more effective than the normal flu vaccine. Get your mRNA flu shot as soon as possible. That's how. So for me, Jay, this theater of it is really, this is the worst part, because if you really were making steps forward, you'd be working every day, night and day, to get this off the shelf, not invest in more of it and put more of it out in more nefarious ways that are going to trick parents and pediatricians and their bonuses and innocent children into getting these, because we're supposed to feel better that 72 isn't recommended anymore, only 11. They're still going to give it to our children. It's still going to happen.
Yeah, it's truly sad. And, like I said, all I was saying is that one decision he made, you could argue maybe is a minor step forward, but the totality of all the decisions, aka with more mRNA coming out, shows you it's a much larger step backwards than any small step forward. So I agree with that 100%. And, again, mRNA technology just is not safe. And what worries me the most, right, is how many of the people out there who regularly get, flu shots just as like out of habit, maybe even some of them, like now recognize maybe the COVID shot wasn't great, right? But how many of them are aware that the flu shot that they'll be getting this year is also mRNA technology? So that's what I would like to know. Is this really permeating the public consciousness, or is this just people like us who are actually paying close attention, who realize that the flu shot has been replaced with mRNA?
And let's remember, it's not just heart problems, and there's neurological problems. There's all sorts of problems.
Yeah.
We're talking about the cancer problem. That's huge. At some point, and this is the LA Times owner telling us, at some point, we are going to have to address the rising instance of cancer in relation to COVID vaccines. At some point, there needs to be a discussion about this.
It's like saying you're going to have hepatitis. Well, you want to clear that virus. It's like saying you have HPV, you want to clear that virus. Like saying you have HIV, you want to clear that virus. And we'll talk about at some point during the Biden administration, again, when this vaccine was available to clear the virus, it didn't go through. So this idea of the effectiveness and safety of the vaccines is real science. We need to talk about it. And guess what? Not only are we going to have two big crises about the recovery of California over the next decade, but we're going to have to address the rising incidence of cancer. For the first time in my career, I've seen an 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old with colon cancer. The first time in my career, I've had a 13-year-old child in our clinic die of metastatic pancreatic cancer. We have to face this effectiveness and face reality. The good news is that we can do something about it. The good news now, there are effective therapies because we understand the science in such an immense way, including with AI today. So again, I'm excited about this next 4 years of bringing this information across.
Matt, I heard him talk about the science a lot, but I remember Fauci saying that I am the science. So I wonder if he has spoken to Mr. Science, about that opinion to see if that's, oh, wait, I remember the science is now pleading the fifth, right? So you can't actually talk to the science. So I guess we got to guess now. But, I'm sorry to, make a joke about that, because it truly is a devastating statement, that he just made, right? He talked about, for the first time in his career, as an oncologist doctor whose job it is to treat people who get cancer all day, every day, seeing people as young as 10, 11, 13 getting these rare cancers that have never affected people this young before. And he's implying that he believes the vaccine could be a contributing factor, if not the driving factor behind that. He doesn't seem to be some MAGA Trump voter. This seems to be a doctor who most liberals would respect, right? So is it okay now, Matt? Is it okay now for us to have questions, or are we still just Trump supporters for questioning? I don't know. I guess the mainstream media wants to avoid this conversation because, they demonize people. Like I'll never forget. I keep coming back to this poll. 30% of Democrats said it's okay to take away kids from parents who were unvaccinated. And I posted about that on my Facebook the other day, right? And you know what one of my Democrat friends responded to me saying? Well, what about the other 70%? You're going to throw away the whole party just because 30% of it wanted to take your kids away?
Wow. So yeah.
Like 30% of the party wanted to take my kids away. But I'm supposed to just brush it off, keep moving, and support Democrats no matter what, according to these people, without any questions.
That's exactly what they want. They want no questions. They don't want to analyze, how did we get here? How did people get to that point? Do they feel bad about it? If they do, are they going to apologize? They don't want to do any of that work. So brush off 30% and move on, stop complaining. And COVID was 6 years ago. Why are you still obsessed with it? Why are we obsessed with it? We just, early in the show, we showed people that they just released, I guess Ron Johnson just released the text message chain of Fauci and the CDC director woman, the one that was lying. Do you remember the one that was lying? It was Wojcicki. Yep. She was the one lying about the COVID, dying from COVID and dying with COVID. And she admitted the lying. She was, oh yeah, we got that. We kind of put those numbers together to kind of scare you on the screen. They were having back and forth texts about the second jab being a significant moment where women would have miscarriages, and it was 85% of women taking this jab would have, if it was in the first trimester, they would have 85% of them would have a miscarriage. They're like, oh, that's bad.
I think it was 85% more than people who didn't take jab. I don't know if it was
85. You're right. 85% more, but it was specifically in that first trimester.
Yeah.
And so they were texting about it, and then it's like, and then both of them turning around, going on TV and saying, this checks out for pregnant women 100%. If you're pregnant, get COVID jab. If you're pregnant, get the COVID jab. It's better than if you get COVID.
You know why? They explained that at one point, right? The reason why they pushed it so hard for pregnant women, as well as for the elderly, is because people get the perception that it's safe if pregnant women and elderly people are taking it, right? Because they know how delicate pregnant women's bodies are, because there's so much stuff you can't touch. So it was literally a marketing strategy.
Yeah, it was a marketing strategy. And look, the thing coming from this, and we know, look, I recommend you guys go watch, I think the Jimmy Dore that just had, we saw Dr. David Martin was back on Jimmy. Great discussion there. And he reminds us about the bioweapon part. We're actually reaching out right now. We're going to hope to have him back on. We've had Dr. David Martin on the homeless stuff. We're hope to get him back on soon. So that conversation is in the works right now. But if there's one thing that stuck out from that interview, he's reminding people that this thing has been a bioweapon the whole time. This is not a mistake. The whole thing with the hearing, just so we're very clear, this whole thing with Fauci and being pinned for this is going to end up as a slap on the wrist, and he's going to take the fall, and everyone's going to stay in their camps, their political camps. And at the end of the day, we're not having the real conversations. And Rand Paul and Ron Johnson know this, and yet they continue to beat around the bush on what's important and what we're going to show the public. And when they really should be talking about this. And this is just so guys understand that in 2005, June of 2005, this patent was put through. This is Fauci's partner in crime, Barrick, who patent this thing as a look at what it says there. It's as for biological warfare enabling technologies. That's what this was, to be absolutely clear. Okay, so this isn't, oh, we got it wrong. Oopsie, we just noticed there's some problems. Let's not tell people because we're scared to tell them, and we don't want. It's worse than that. It's absolutely worse than that. And if you're not going after that part of this, that part of the problem, then all this Fauci stuff is just theater. And it's not, because he's not going to go to jail for crimes against humanity when he should. The conspiracy to commit genocide, the actual genocide, it's all there. Like, these are all crimes. So no one is going to prosecute that shit. And by the way, this other thing that was pointed out, and I love this, that Dr. Martin pointed this out. The other thing is that whoever did the pardon on Fauci effed up, because you don't just do 11 years.
Yep.
You have to go back to 2000 you have to go back to the origin where it was created in the lab and the patent. So those are important dates. Late 90s, early 2000s, 2005, what we just showed you that. So Fauci was involved with all of that. So if you had somebody honest, and I'm not just, I'm going to rag on Rand Paul and Ron Johnson. I'm just telling people, if they were being 100% honest, they would be going after that. We wouldn't have to dance around this Fifth Amendment shit with the 10-year problem or the 11-year problem. We have all this. Bioweapon, before 2014. Just so people are perfectly clear.
Yeah, and
it was created in North Carolina. We know that Jeffrey Sachs has confirmed this. David Martin says it is 100%. It was created in University of North Carolina and shipped to Wuhan. So
it can be blamed on the Chinese. And now if you listen to anyone in MAGA, they think it was a biological weapon from the CCP to, wage war against America. So, what I want people to just, remember, from this whole, drama is that, yes, it's good that Rand Paul and Ron Johnson are highlighting some of the things that went wrong. I'll take the words that they're saying as a positive, but we also have to recognize that they just take selective parts of this argument in ways that they can politicize it to blame Biden.
Yep. That's right.
End of the day, on top of everything you mentioned just now, I agree with all that, but also the leader of their party, Donald Trump, is the guy who gave us Operation Warp Speed. So if you're not willing to call that out, then you're not serious. Like you're not really serious about getting full justice for everyone who's involved. Because guess what? Trump hasn't been pardoned yet. Y'all want to impeach Trump, right? Impeach him for that. That's what I would like to see him get impeached for, that or war crimes, in Gaza. But of course he's not going to.
Never gonna happen.
No, it's
obviously.
Wouldn't that be something if the Republicans started an impeachment against their own president for betraying his base? I would tell me that those guys are serious, but they're not. They just want to pretend it was a Biden problem. Yeah, Trump might have been tricked, but he's not perfect, and it's all Biden's fault. So that's what it is. So don't let them play politics with you guys. Just follow the facts. Look at what's observable. Look at the fact that BlackRock wrote the CARES Act that all of them voted for. The CARES Act was the COVID response that resulted in the closure of small and medium businesses across the country and the concentration of wealth even more in the top 1%, as if they didn't have enough already.
Yeah. Well, this wouldn't be, we know what it's not, if we didn't end with a little unrelated update, completely unrelated. We just thought you guys should know some of these awful things have occurred this past week. Sydney Towell, social media content creator, dies at 26. That's too bad. She was actually documenting her treatment for bile duct cancer on social media. She's now passed away 3 years after her original diagnosis, which happened in 2023. What a year to get diagnosed as cancer. She was only 23 at the time. She had noticed a lump, burning sensation in her abdomen. Doctors were baffled, so they didn't know. They thought it was a hernia. They got that wrong. Turned out to be a rare cancer. A rare cancer. Ooh, God. I wonder if these doctors also were, while she showed up that day, they made sure she was up to date on her boosters. Hard to tell, but you would bet if the doctors were doing their job the way they were told to do it, then that would also be part of that visit. But yeah, this looked like it was a really bad, slow, agonizing, horrible end for this young woman, and feel really bad that this happened to her, but just wanted to report on it. We have another, this person, this is a Mexican lucha libre fighter, Diana La Cazadora. She dies at 48, a weeks-long health battle. And she was an athlete, wrestling star, Mexican wrestling star, known as Diana La Cazadora. She was this prompted an outpouring of tributes because she had a bunch of fans in the Mexico's lucha libre community. She died on Saturday after spending several weeks hospitalized. The news was revealed in a legendary wrestler account. Later, her daughter confirmed her death, saying it was a nearly month-long battle with a serious pulmonary infection. That's interesting. Who else got a pulmonary infection? I think Fauci.
One out of 35, I believe, was the number.
One out of 35,
right? Okay.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, all of these sports leagues made their players take the mRNA injections to get. So we're not saying it caused it, YouTube.
No,
by
not
no
at all.
means are we saying that it caused it, because we don't know that. We're not doctors. No. We're just pointing out it's an interesting correlation. But remember, guys, correlation is not causation.
That's correct.
So when punches you in the face, you get a black eye. Well, you don't know it was the punch.
No,
it could have been something else. It could have been something else.
People get black eyes, Jay. It happens. All right. What are you, a doctor? By the way, could you please respect the family's privacy right now and not talk about this? It's very clear. They made it very clear that they're not going to disclose anything, even though we already know all this information. The daughter already told us about the pulmonary infection, but the cause of death has not been officially disclosed publicly. So stop with your questioning and your curiosity and let them be, because we have another one to report on. Actually, Fiji rugby player 26 dies from suspected heat stroke, and this one's interesting to me, Jay, because it's just suspected heat stroke. And they're just leaving it at that. It's very interesting because we know there's a lot of athletes dropping dead on the field, playing rugby out in the sun. Not an exception there, but like they're saying that they announced this on Friday. There was this, in a hospital he was brought to in nearby, and he was severe heart stroke. Yes. That's what they're saying, and that's all we're getting. So who knows? That might have happened. The guy was probably overweight and not very athletic. Oh wait, no, he's a rugby player. He's very healthy, very conditioned.
26.
And he's 26. So he's getting up there, Jay. He's getting up there. We all have to be careful when we get into our mid to late 20s. Just gotta be a little more careful when we go out in the sun, especially if we're athletes, because athletes tend to work their heart muscle a little more than others. So we just got to be real careful when you're out there in that hot sun. And there's just one more. This was sad. Anybody who knows Laura Prepon, she announces her brother's sudden death, 48. She's mourning the loss of her brother. The past weekend, we laid my brother to rest. She wrote on Instagram, he passed away suddenly from an unknown heart condition. Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it, but we're all still in shock. So just wanted to go through those. Are all, we get these all the time, every day, so just wanted you guys to know, completely unrelated to what we've been discussing, but that's the world we live in now, Jay. That's where we are.
We know it's not anything to do with mRNA. Like we're not sure what caused it, but it's not that. We know what it's not, Matt.
That's correct. And that's why we have to be patient. We have to wait for the authorities, the medical authorities, to come and tell us what happened to our loved ones and friends and family colleagues. We're not allowed to guess. We're not allowed to ask questions. We're certainly not allowed to have these. We're not allowed to have these conversations because they know best. So while they're trying to figure out what happened, we have to be patient. There's one thing we can know for sure while we're waiting for them to come back, and that is we know what it's
what
not.
it's not. Yep, that's where we're at.
Well, Jay, hey, do you mind if we push the economic story to Thursday? I think
Yeah, we can do that.
It might be even a sharper story by then because I'll have a chance to go through some. This is some good stuff you brought me, man. I always appreciate it. By the way, we always have. This is why we have 2 full afternoons of content for you guys every Tuesday and Thursday. But man, like I always feel like on Tuesdays there's not enough room to get through everything, even if we try to do once a week. So we have to at least do twice a week. I know other shows are doing 3 times a week. We've been asked about that. Some people have asked, hey, why don't you guys do a third show? I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a lot. This is a lot as is. So, we'll keep it how it is for now. I don't know. We'll see. But Jay, I appreciate all the work you've done and bringing here. Do you have anything you want to leave the audience with before you take off?
Yeah, as usual, if you guys want to, talk to me, best way to do that is on Twitter. But, if you're interested in making a difference and what's going on in the country, I just encourage you to look at options outside of the duopoly. In my opinion, one of the biggest problems with the 2-party system is the centralization of power in all of the existing parties. There's only one party that is promoting taking the executive power that's usually concentrated in the hands of the committee and distributing that executive power to all the party members in an affected constituency, and that will be the We the People Party. So what that means is if you organize with the We the People Party in your own local community, you do not answer to any state or national board. The only thing you have to agree to enter the party is being against war, being against corruption, and recognizing the benefits of decentralization. So let's unite around common values. And if you want to find out more information on that, just visit www.wtpnational.com. That's wethepeoplenational.com, and find out what's going on near you. So great work as always, Matt. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jay. We'll see you next time.
Later.
All right, Jay Scott, everybody. This has been The Homeless Left. We are still rock and rolling here, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to cut to one more break here for a couple minutes. This is a fun one. We got another fun one for you guys. I think even in the last segment we were talking about how people got ways to work around the COVID jab and sport. There were sports teams that were forcing this. Obviously, all the NFL and NBA and all of them were forcing it on their players, but some of them got around it, right? Some of them got around it. So we'll let you know about, I guess it's Cam Newton, a former NFL MVP. Cam Newton admits that he knows for sure that there were NFL players who maneuvered around and got their vax cards one way or another. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. So enjoy that. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and we're going to be talking back with you guys. We're going to go through some of the super chats we missed from earlier, plus some of the other comments as well, because we know you guys have loaded up the comments. So we'll be talking to you guys in that regard. And then we have one more segment after that for you guys. We're going to do one more story. It's a This Week in HOLLYWOKE story. It's a good one. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys back here in just a few minutes. It's The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. We'll see you guys back here. Non-tribal approach to news. See you in a few.
2020, there were multiple players, coaches, and executives that fraudulently got their COVID shot. Yes, I said it. You're like, Kim, what do you know? It's like, man, I knew multiple people in that locker room didn't get the COVID shot. Mm-hmm. But they got a card that they paid for.
They got that card.
But you talking about, boy, nurses was making big bank. But them cards and that little... Man, folks was trying to get in the cut. Hey, man, you got your vaccination card? Man, hell yeah, I got it. LAPD.
Exactly.
Right there, man.
All right.
Man, folks didn't know what these cards was. Let me see, though.
That ain't on that.
Right,
don't worry about that.
It's talking back time. Today's show, we've been calling it the COVID cover-up. That's right. We've been going through all the different events and incidences leading up to where we are here. Some say there's some great news happening, right? Because you got this vaccine schedule being lowered from for childhood vaccine schedules. It was at 72. Trump just put an executive order out. They said it's 11 now. So I suppose that's good news. Or is it good news, or is it just theater? Are the vaccine companies still going to make their money? Are they able to still force it on the parents? Are the pediatricians still getting their kickbacks? Yes, yes, and yes. Parents might be able to put up more of a fight depending on what district they're in and what school district and what state, and that might be good. But overall, what's really the thing that's not being looked at, and that is the actual bioweapon that was created and funded and marketed, packaged, put together, patented, all that stuff years before COVID, years before. We're talking about and this is even before the pandemic preparation committees were being put together on Epstein Island, when you had those emails about we got to get Bill Gates's money, and we got to do, come on guys, we got to do a pandemic preparation. That was in 2014, 2015, and we got the Hunter Biden connection with Fauci. By the way, Hunter Biden being on Tucker, I don't think that came up. I don't think Tucker brought up the biolab connection in Ukraine. This is why Joe Biden gave Fauci a pardon for 11 years. Why? To cover his ass since 2014. But we're here to tell you that the crime was started well before 2014 even. We're talking about patenting a bioweapon, which happened throughout the late 90s into the 2000s, and 2005 particularly. It was listed as a bioweapon on record, public domain. These are the things that are not going to be discussed at any hearing. They're certainly not going to be discussed on the news, on any channel. We can talk about Fauci's ego and how he wanted to be a celebrity, but you guys understand that, look, we have the choice if we want to take a mini win and say bravo for getting those text messages out, or we can say this is all bullshit and it's a distraction. And yet we're still seeing, even with the new information out, even with the text messages being presented to the public by Ron Johnson, when we're seeing this text messages of Fauci knowing 100% and the CDC people knowing 100% that this COVID jab caused miscarriages in women by the second shot, first trimester miscarriages. That's insane enough. Yet people don't seem to care. If they see the information, they're still in their camps. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I know you guys are watching us because you understand that all of these discussions are important. Nothing's just one-dimensional, one-layered. You're not watching our show because it's a headliner show. You're watching because we're having the in-depth discussion. And this is when we talk with you guys, because I know you guys also are all for the in-depth discussion, not just the headlines. So with that said, let's get to you guys right now and some of the super chats to start with. We had a couple of them from earlier. I'll put those up. Well, here's some new ones that came in, so I want to get to those. This is from Snorky. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm not as worried about nuke boom booms as much as I am worried about other country false flagging us and blowing us grain silos in the U.S. No, that's a great point. The false flagging of our country from other countries and blaming it on other this has always been a concern, and we know these playbooks well. And I've got to say, speaking of Dr. David Martin, we're trying to get him back on the show to talk more about the bioweapon stuff. He's big on looking into false flags. And the last time we had him on the show, we discussed, this was a year ago when we had the 4th of July story, that there was going to be a false flag event on 4th of July of last year. This wasn't the 250. This was the 249, from a year ago. he made a lot of commotion. We made a lot of commotion. I know Shannon Joy had him on as well at the same time. So we were getting the message out that there was a false flag operation being planned, and it looked like it was going to be coming as a bioweapon that was going to be coming integrated through technology. It looked like it was coming from Israel. That's what it looked like. It didn't happen. A lot of people are like, oh, well, you guys were wrong. And we're saying, and I'm going to follow up with him on this. I hope we have him on the show again soon. I'm going to say this. When we're loud enough, sometimes they have to take a step back from their plan. And there might be some evidence that occurred last July. So if that's true, we're going to look into it. I'm going to get him back on to talk about this. If that's in fact true, and we can see that paper trail of, they're blasting this out to people, we might want to reconsider. That means that we are doing something. We are making a difference. So that's good if that's true. But you're absolutely right, Snorgy. The false flags being conducted, and we're the pawns of that. Always a worry that there's something being plotted in that regard. And then, of course, everybody goes along, right? We know what 9/11 did to us. We know what October 7th just did. We know what these things do to people, what it does to our psyche. We get into revenge mode. We get into compliance mode. We get into fear mode. We get into anger mode. We get into confusion mode. It's all about that. So you rustle us all up. We're all over the place. We'll listen to anything. George W. Bush, his approval rating. Did you guys know by October of 2001, George W. Bush's approval rating it skyrocketed to 91%. 91. How the hell did that happen? Well, it's this type of thing. This type of thing. It gets everybody compliant and afraid, all this stuff. So it works. And then everyone's willing to do anything, whatever it takes. We got to get revenge, right? All right. Citizen, I see you here. We got here's let's see if I can read this one. 3 chosen hit. Deaf Noodles, California during a debate. 3 chosen hit. Deaf Noodles, California during a debate. I'm trying to understand that reference, but we always appreciate the super chats. And here's one. I know we were talking about Rumble earlier, and I just want to put this one back up. Citizen, Stu Peters, I guess you're saying that Howard Lutnick owns Rumble, and so he abandoned it. I'm not surprised if Howard Lutnick has his lump dick. I'm not surprised if he has his hand in Rumble. It doesn't bother us in the sense that we're not going to not be on Rumble. I just, all these fools, all these technocrat asshole Epstein assholes, we know them. We know the JD Vance and Peter Thiel, whatever. As long as they don't pull the plug on us, but we know we're already in their system. We're already in the database. We're already, on their radar. We're already on Jonathan Greenblatt's ADL, hit list. We know this. They're already watching us. They're listening to us. Hey guys, if you're watching right now, hey Jonathan and Peter and Howard, how you guys doing? JD, how y'all doing? We're just hanging out here. Not caught. We're not. I promise you, we're not having a terrorist meeting right now. In case you were worried. In case you were worried that we were, having a little meeting. Just want to assure you, no meeting is going on. We're just hanging out. It's a light discussion. We're just having a light discussion about the world and, pop culture and what's hot, what's not, that's all. We're not, no harm. That's all. Just so you know. Okay. Appreciate the super chat, Donald Duck's mom. I love it. Thank you. Oh, and we got some of these jewels again, these silver stars. Appreciate that. From Leor W. Thank you so much. And Chris, we got some jewels from you as well. Thank you so much. UNC Alert. Thank you. We appreciate you. 200 jewels. You jamming, my friend. Thank you. I wish I knew what the jewels was. I know there's a little emoji present that goes with it, but I still don't understand. And this is another jewels from Leor W. Silver Star. I'm gonna look more into that and see what the hell that is. But whatever it is, whatever that option is on YouTube, we appreciate you. Oh, one more from Citizen here, and then we'll get to some of the other comments as well. Garland is saying what? PDFs laundering $8 billion to Ukraine. Flee to Israel. Really? That makes sense. Well, I'm gonna have a discussion with Garland soon. Maybe we'll check in on that topic. Garland Nixon does a great show, as you guys know, and we just did a Twitter Spaces with him, and I'll be doing something with him soon as well. But yeah, we know Garland is an expert on the Ukraine shit. He knows about the biolabs, he knows about the money laundering, and he knows about the PDF laundering as well. That's called human trafficking, and it's really, 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 really bad. Not to mention the organ harvesting. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, it's so bad. And according to Zelensky, what does Ukraine want to be? The next Israel. That's what Zelensky says. But then Mali in Argentina goes, I'm sorry, Zelensky, I'm sorry. I already called dibs. I already called dibs on next Israel. So can you wait for me to be, you can be third Israel, Israel 3. I get to be Israel 2. And then Netanyahu comes in, because Zelensky said, no, I called it first. I called Israel 2. I'm Israel 2. You Israel 3. And Mali's like, no, I am 2. You 3. Netanyahu will come in and go, gentlemen, don't fight. We'll tell you right now, you both can equally be Israel 2 together. You do it together. It's like a pyramid. I'm up here. You are here. Okay? That's how we're going to do it. Israel 1 and 2 Israel 2s. My right hand and my left hand. You guys okay with that? Okay, great. So they worked it out. They worked it out. Okay. We'll have some other comments coming from you guys. Jungle Jer on Rumble. Let's get to the bottom of this shithole. And we attempted to, guys. We've been doing it for almost 4 hours right now. Attempted to get to the bottom of this shithole. Thank you so much. I mean, it's just honestly hours and hours. I'm going to say we have spent so much time on COVID. We have. This is our go-to subject. And I told you guys at the opening of the show today that we all have to find that thing. What is the thing that got us up off our ass? What is that thing? What is the thing that finally got your friend or family member's attention, right? Was it COVID? Was it Palestine? Is it right now? Is it AI flock? Maybe it's that. Was it ICE earlier? What is it? Is there something? Is there a thing that gets you to go, enough of this shit? What is it? And when was it? But has it not happened yet? Is it Epstein? Is it the freaking Epstein list? Was that enough? What is it? If it hasn't happened yet, what is it going to take? But, we can't force people to see it. That's fine. But whatever it is that got you here, we welcome you here. I'm just going to say this. Look, it's okay. We go back to the thing that's like, it's the one, there's always that issue that's closer to our hearts, right? And I think for us, it's the COVID stuff. It's why we started the show. We started the show because everybody was acting like assholes, especially on the left. I mean, people were complete psychopath. They lost their freaking minds, and they still haven't made up for. They haven't acknowledged it. So we started the homeless left. This is why we had a lot of MAHA people on board with our show. Not to mention just people that identified as homeless right. They're like, I feel I'm homeless right. I want to watch the homeless left. And you'd be surprised how many people were interested in the homeless left when they were coming from the homeless right. So we've been at it ever since. We've been doing this, I guess, over 3 years now, but and I wish we had started sooner. I really wish we started in 2020 when the shit really when it started. And I was thinking, man, this is something's wrong. So this is why we come back. We dedicate a full show to this topic, and we've talked to the doctors, we've talked to the scientists, we've talked to the activists, we've talked to the people that have been banned and censored and bullied and deplatformed. We talked to other journalists who've been doing the investigations and journalists on all sides of the spectrum. And then we realized some of them maybe weren't authentic because they weren't really anti-imperialist the whole time. They were just, they're just anti-pharma, but they weren't really there to take on the whole thing. And so it's been ups and downs throughout the process, but we've learned a lot. We're here. And when these big news stories break about Fauci or about the vaccine schedule, or about revealing these texts or the contempt of court here. I mean, these are or the money being funneled right back into Moderna and Pfizer for more mRNA. When these things happen, we want to be in front of it because it's important, and we want to give it to you guys so you know that we're giving it to you so you'll get in front of it. So everyone out there that understands the dangers of mRNA and understands that it's being put into our flu vaccines right now and understands that $1 billion more has been given by RFK Jr. and Trump to Pfizer for more COVID vaccines, even though, they lowered this vaccine schedule. That's great. But they're also giving more money for more mRNA, more cancer-causing elements, these carcinogens that are in the vaccine, SV40. You've never heard of rapid cancer before 2021. That wasn't a thing. Now it's a thing. And all the heart problems and so on. And all the sudden deaths and so on. So what we need to do is get in front of it. We're on top of this when the story breaks. We're not going to be like Ryan Graham, who I showed you guys. He responded to the text earlier, and Ryan Graham was like, man, this looks bad. Fauci didn't do his job right. He should have been a better health official. Really? You're just now figuring that out, Ryan Graham? Okay. Better late than never, I guess. But we're not going to wait 5-6 years. Obviously, we're doing it now. We're in front of it now, and we got to tell everyone: stay away from the mRNA. Stay away from mRNA. Stay away from mRNA. Oh, that's a good one. Let's take that to the streets, guys. Let's take that one to the streets. All right. Sorry, I get on those tangents, but but it's all for good purpose. It's all for good purpose. Stay away from the mRNA. That we got to tell everyone that flu vaccine, the whole thing. All right, let's get to there's a video going viral. I'll check this out. I haven't been able to look at it, Citizen, but there's 3 Juice jumping in Los Angeles. Oh, I gotta check it out. Okay. What else we got here? I gotta back it up here a little bit. Mary Poppins, I always appreciate your input on Rumble. The only thing to know about vaccines is that they are the only thing let into Gaza, not food or water. Vaccines. Great reminder. I'm glad you're telling us this. This is insane that they actually pushed polio vaccine on Gazan children, on Palestinians. That's what they let in. And we covered that. That was a couple years ago during Biden's administration. Unbelievable that people don't see that as a red flag. Oh, well, they're helping the kids, you see? No. If you're not getting water and food, and if you're trying to attempt to get water and food and you get murdered while you're picking up your water and food, but you don't get murdered when you're getting your shot, what does that tell you? Come on, people. Thanks, Mary, for reminding us about that one. That's a big one. Shouldn't that? I remember it when that happened. Brett Weinstein was covering. I was like, dude, Brett, and he was still like this big fat Zionist. I think he backed off a little since, but he was this big raging Zionist. And he's like, oh, at least they're getting the vaccines to the what? Dude, huh? Like, you gotta know, man, by this point. Brett Weinstein, dude, he's got to know now. I think he might know now, but when that happened, no. That looked, that checks out. That checks out. ChatterX, always appreciate what you share on here. I recommend everyone go check out ChatterX because you have these links. I can't see it here, but remember this one from Bush. I want to check it out. So if you want to put it into the main chat after the live chat, that would be great too. I always like oldies but goodies. Oh, good to know. Thank you for this. SK Rugel, thank you so much. Biden took nearly 12 million from AIPAC over his tenure in government. Well, there it is, 12 million. And Kamala, I wonder if Kamala got any piece of that. She had to get her own endorsement, her own AIPAC money. But man, oh man. Oh, this is good. Thank you, Manimus. Kamala is looking at Trump and sees how much money he's racking up by stealing from the world. Trump is making billions in fraud and manipulations off the stock market. That's why Kamala will run. Well, isn't that the thing? Each one wants to outdo the one before, right? because everyone has that corruption. And then the next, oh yeah, wait, you thought that was corrupt? Wait, you see what we got? I mean, you can trail it back. I mean, I'm just saying in the last 4. I mean, look, go back to Bush Cheney and the Halliburton, right? Oh my God, Dick Cheney is the vice president. He's really running shit because he's got his company Halliburton. He's making money off of. Oh yeah, well, Obama's going to outdo that one. He comes in with his drone program and investment and all this media investment. Oh yeah, Obama made some money. Oh, but Trump's going to make even more. I don't think he figured out the first term. He figured it out because he saw Biden's corruption. Hunter Biden getting all those biolab contracts, the Burisma, all that other shit, just funneling money all over the place. And Trump's like, I can do better than that. I'm going to do better than that. Watch this shit. And now he's outdone all of them. And of course, the next person waiting in the wing is thinking, I'm going to outdo that shit. Now you've opened up Trump has opened up a whole nother can of worms about opportunities for fraud and gouging off of the American people and all of the shit that should be illegal. I think what he proved is that you don't have to do it in secret. See, Biden was kind of in this, behind the scenes shit. The media will get my back. They're not going to say anything and I'll get away with it. And then I'll just say my son was, drug addict and I feel bad for him. And come on, guys, don't you have a heart? He's recovering. He's a recovering addict. Never mind all that shit on his laptop. Just come on, guys. So that was all behind the scenes, right? Trump is like, I don't need to do this shit behind the scenes. I'm going to do it right in your freaking face. I'm going to literally tell you, bend over and take it from the AI data centers while I invest in AI data centers. He's like, I can just do the thing right in your effing face and no one's going to stop me. So, of course, Kamala or Gavin Newsom or AOC, they're all looking right now and they're thinking, damn, we don't even have to hide it. I can't wait to get in there and make some real money. Make some real money. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, love it. Thank you. Wish you go. Holocaust Harris is a psycho pisshead. Appreciate it, my friend. Oh, great question. All sentient beings. Is she drunk? I think like anytime she opens her mouth now, I'm like, is she just naturally drunk? She like slurs her words, man. Like I can't imagine like she would have a sip or two before recording anything right now, but like maybe she is, maybe she can't help it. It's so weird. And absolutely agree with this one. You think people would learn their lesson, but no. And that's in regards to the Democrats herding us right back into the Democrats. That's what they're doing. The two-party illusion. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you. And that's what, behold the uniparty, the two-party illusion. Gotcha. And this is also funny. Democrats are the MVPs of the Republican Party. Hell yeah. Oh, Chris, this is fun. This is electile dysfunction. Love it. That's awesome. All right. See some of the other guys have chimed in here. Oh, like this. Thank you so much. Eno, Shadow Walker. Trump is sitting on a fortune of fertilizer. Ooh. What else we have here? Let's see. Pulling the strings on Rumble. Thanks for tuning in. The biggest threat to Americans from communism is how the U.S. government use the term. And it's, yes, the biggest threat to Americans is the English language, right? And it's how they use it for everything. You just take the thing and you make it into another meaning, and then you use it against us. You can change meanings of shit. You can go literally have definitions change in Webster and all that, Merriam-Webster, all that shit. Yeah, totally. So how you use the term communism, that's the greatest threat. That's true. That's true. All right. Oh, from YouTube, the TH3 auspicious Moderna got pulled off as well at the same time because it was giving people myocarditis and pericarditis, but it was safe and effective. And there was a time that Trump had to admit about the I'm sorry. Fauci had to admit. Fauci admitted about the myocarditis. He goes, yeah, it happens, but and he literally said this. Fauci said, it's like a light form. We're noticing the myocarditis very occasionally in young, healthy male athletes. But it's like, the light kind of myocarditis, the one that's not really a problem. And we're like, no, there's no such thing as light myocarditis. That's not, what are you talking about? That's like saying, yeah, we had to amputate their legs. We had to amputate your son's legs, but it was a light type of amputation. So it wasn't like, those hard ones where you like have to just hack off the legs. This was more of a light one where we were just we like took a little and we went, and eventually, the leg came off. It was light. So don't worry. Your son's fine. At least we did. It could have been much, much worse. Right. That's the line, right? It could have been much. I'm so glad I got my vaccine. I still ended up dying, but I would have died a lot worser. It would have been much worse. So thank God I got my shot. That's what they told us, that however bad you have it with your myocarditis, your other vaccine injury, or literally dropping dead, it would have been much worse if you didn't get the shot. Thank God. Because what's worse than dying? Well, I guess dying again? I don't know. But here's the thing. If getting the jab didn't stop you from getting COVID, then the whole barometer of either or which one are you going to choose is irrelevant, because if you choose the vax, you're getting both. You're getting COVID too. And that's exactly what this is the whole thing with pregnant women that Fauci told pregnant women, look, you got to take the shot, even if your first term, second term, third term, or trimester, you have to take this, because if you get COVID, that's really, really bad, and it's much worse. Just so you know, if a woman gets COVID when she's pregnant, much worse for your baby. So that was the bullshit. So what do you say to those same parents? What do you say to the mother that listened to that garbage and injected herself with an experimental mRNA gene therapy poison during her first trimester, because Fauci said you're going to harm your baby if you get COVID, but if you take this shot, you won't get COVID, and your baby will be perfectly fine, because we saw the tests and they're fine. And deliberately lying. But imagine, so the woman takes it and then she has a miscarriage, but yet she's still told, and she's like, oh my God, I can't believe I had a miscarriage. It's horrible. And then yet Fauci will still tell you, well, it could have been worse. You could have gotten COVID, and then that would have really hurt your baby. Yeah, but my baby's dead. Well, COVID's been known to hurt babies. So that would have also hurt your baby who's now dead. Yeah, but Dr. Fauci, I got COVID anyway after the jab. Well, yeah, but that's a breakthrough case. Breakthrough case. Fuck your breakthrough cases. Everyone got COVID that got the jab. In fact, people got worse COVID that got the jab, and they kept getting COVID, and they kept getting jabs, and then they start calling it long COVID, and they just kept doing it over and over. The long COVID, I can't shake this long COVID. What do I do? Take another jab. I just keep hurting my immune system, but I have to stay with it, because you already committed. You can't stop. You can't stop. All right, guys, let's do one more or a couple more. There's a lot of good stuff on here. Good question about Kamala, Snarky. How much of Kamala's money came from the money sent to other countries for foreign aid? How much of her money? Well, we know her money, the money she raised for the Democratic Party was in that 100-day period, and those were mostly Hollywood donors. They were like billion dollar of donors. So where did that money end up? Mostly into the Democratic Party. Was that used for, I don't know. I mean, a lot of that's just lining their own pockets now. So maybe the money's sitting there it's sitting there right now for 2028. If it hasn't been, stifled since then. But that's what that was about. Kamala's 100-day run was about getting money back in the bank, because they lost everything when Biden was running the second term, and look at him. He's he's pretty much dead. He should be, if he's not dead yet, he should be dead. And this was you guys that were going to vote for this fucker a second time. He wouldn't even be presidenting. He'd be in bed dying right now if he's not already dead. And so this is why the donor class in Hollywood, they cut off the pipeline. That's what happened. That's why Rob Reiner at the time said, hey guys, maybe we should jump ship on Biden and go over to Kamala. And everyone's like, you son of a bitch, how dare you? How dare you? It's a stutter, man. It's a stutter. The reason Rob Reiner had to say that, and he lost 1 million followers overnight. 1 million overnight. I think actually it was more than that. It was more than 1 million. But by one little post about maybe we should switch. The reason he didn't just think of that on his own. He was instructed to do that because that's the mechanism in place of stealing the money from they had to get that money back. The donor class in Hollywood cut it off. That's what happened. They said, this guy is fucking senile and we're not going to give you we told you we were committing X billion of dollars. We're not doing it anymore until you change him up. That was the ultimatum. And that's why they had to do it. So the 100-day campaign was about getting that money back. That's what that was. It was a money-making operation. And anyone out there, we know a lot of people in Hollywood fell for that shit. Right? What are you, writing your $5 checks, doing your Venmos, right? Doing your little Bernie says send money to Kamala right now. Doing your little $5, $10. That's all money laundering. That's all money laundering from you, from the American people. It's all bullshit. She was not chosen to win. She was chosen to funnel money back into the party's bank account and into the donor class's pockets. Obviously that money's war related, and the war, it ends up as bullets going into Russian soldiers and Russian tourists. Apparently it ends up as weapon money in Israel. Obviously it ends up somewhere really, really bad. If not minimally, it ends up in the pockets of the DNC heads. That's where that, just so you know, it didn't go anywhere. Just so you know. Okay. Damn. Okay. Let's do a few more here. And then we got to move on because we have one more segment for you guys. Gonzo Johnny on Rumble, can't have your cake and eat it. Haha. That's true. Katie Kane, I saw the fluoride comment. We're on a deep well, hard water, but no fluoride. If you have no fluoride, that's great. Let's stay away from that. One more from Gonzo. If you all cared one bit, you would have known all this in August of 2020 when the trials came out. And I understand there's anger there. I get, like, why does it take this long when we know how bad it was? How does it take, like, if you just looked into it, any of these fucking people could have seen this in August of 2020. Any of these people, they chose not to. Really, really weird that we have to wait for like text messages and journals to be released publicly for people to start going, oh, wait, what is Fauci writing about? We don't actually need Fauci to admit anything on paper. We already knew all this. We already knew. What studies do you think Fauci is referring to in that text, guys? The studies that we already have, we already know about the miscarriage problem in pregnant women. We already know that. Come on, guys. Okay. Stoop sign. Now we're just all homeless. Yeah. but maybe we can make homeless have a better connotation. It can have a better connotation. Oh, and one more from Citizen here. This comment. An idea of terror showed up at a debate, started bragging about. Oh, you know what? We'll cover this on Thursday. Now I know what you're referring to. I was trying to piece it together. This is the one. Yeah, this was in a radio show, and somebody filmed it where the guy had enough. You psychopath, interviewing a psychopath. I don't know if I ever interview an IDF soldier, let alone in person, man, you gotta have your effing composure, man. That's a hard one. That is a hard one. We'll check it out and we'll do something on that on Thursday's show for sure. So thanks for that. And we'll definitely check that out. And Chris, thanks for that another super chat. Really appreciate. Chance of Hunter run after Joe dies. Sympathy vote. Sympathy vote. You know what? You're the first I've heard mention that. That's interesting. He's looking like he's definitely cares about his all of a sudden Hunter Biden cares about his presentation, right? That's a thing. Huh. We'll keep our eye on that one. We'll keep our eye on that one. Yeah, and then let me get this one up again about Deep Green shared this earlier, but then we did the segment. And thanks again for the super chat. El Sayed should be ashamed of himself accepting Killer Kamala's endorsement. I like that, Killer Kamala, especially in the state of Michigan. I'm sure he might have passed off his base. Yeah, he should be ashamed, but we knew that was coming. We absolutely did. So thanks for that one. And you're right, Citizen. One more time, told ya, Saeed was more of a corporation sellout than Zoran, and he certainly turned out to be, for sure. Okay. Thank you guys so much for the super chats and the other comments as well. I just want to make sure we don't have anything pending on Rumble. I think on Rumble, no, we don't see any Rumble rants on there yet. If you guys want to put some on there, any more super chats come through, I'll definitely be sure to check again before we end the show. So we should be good there. Okay, that should do it today for Talking Back. It's the crazy COVID cover up stuff. You guys, we're gonna keep on this. We're gonna keep talking about this. So yeah, expect a lot more of this topic. Looking forward. Okay. With that, let's just jump into our last story before we wrap up the show. Yeah, I think we're ready to go on this one. We haven't done a Hollywoke in a little bit, so we'll just get it started, guys. As you know, we are in Hollywood here, and we like to poke fun at our Hollywood, associates, the ones that have to play catch up to everything, right? So this is no exception. We actually got two stories coming out of Hollywoke, and we'll get to both of them right now. Here we go. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, I gotta fix the exposure here on the thing. Okay, I think we're good. That's something. I just made a little shift on the image. I don't know what I think that did something. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Last segment, guys. Here we go. It's time for This Week in Hollywoke. And it's all for fun. Hollywoke. You guys get it. Okay, here we go. This Week in Hollywoke. Oh boy, we got a new film being promoted. It's being promoted as outside of Hollywoke. So it's a response to Hollywoke. Uh-oh. How honest of a film can this be? It doesn't look like anybody has their stamp of approval on it other than The Daily Wire. If you haven't heard yet, this is the film. It's called Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels. That's right. And the purpose of this film is run, hide, fight. It's a threat to anybody challenging the state of Israel. But this is a movie about going after Muslims, going after the terrorists. This is a reinvention of the War on Terror from the early 2000s, but it's I would say it's put up into a whole nother level of insanity. And if you recognize, I like this. It says that the Daily Wire is doing this film, but they're taking on an enemy that Hollywood won't touch. Huh? Wait, what? What are you effing talking about? So right away, you can tell that there's an insincerity in the fact that we know, in part, when we say Hollywoke, we mean get in line, get behind the thing. That's what Hollywoke means. So on one hand, you say, oh, the Daily Wire is calling out Hollywood for not taking on terrorist Muslims as the main antagonist in like every freaking film of the past 30 years. Are you kidding? What? So that's obviously the spin for their audience to pretend that they're sticking it to Hollywood. Well, do you recognize the guy on the cover? Well, that's on that poster. Well, we'll get to that later. If you don't recognize him, well, I'll speak to that later. It's a funny story there, but this is from Middle East Eye. It is propaganda designed to turn every pro-Palestinian student into a potential terrorist and every Muslim into a threat. That's correct. And this is a social media user, and there's a lot of people, thank God, that are calling this out and saying this thing is a piece of garbage, as it says, produced by none other than the Daily Wire. So I was considering whether to show you guys the actual trailer or not. I think that Daily Wire would definitely ban it from our channel. We're gonna see a piece of it because we saw Sneeko cover it a little bit. So let's see what he has to say about it, and we'll see a little of the trailer. They might ban it from our channel. I don't know, but it is fun. It's funny to break this thing down, and then we're going to talk about the lead actor in the film after this. So here we go. Here's Sneeko's brief interpretation of what we've seen so far from this film, and the trailer at least that we know.
America will fall. You are infidels. The bodies of women are not pure.
Oh, look, the pretty white girl that it's just...
The bodies of women are not pure and men's souls are unclean.
What makes them so dangerous? Their goals are not in this life.
Recognize the name? Jonathan Majors? Yep, had a little fallout over at Marvel. We'll get to that shortly. But my God, I kind of have the same face that Sneeko has. Like, what the hell is this? And why is this thing being promoted like Hollywood has never done this before? I'll tell you what Hollywood has never done before. They've never been so freaking obvious about it. And you guys know the list of, you guys know True Lies, Executive Decision. Those are some 90s references. You guys know the Showtime's Homeland. This thing, there's such a long list of we have to get the bad guys, we have to get the Palestinians blowing up stuff. Spielberg loves his movie. His movie he did about Palestinians are blowing up the Olympics and Palestinians are bad and they're always looking to to make bombs and they're the ones that want to sacrifice themselves on behalf of Allah. All this, it's so insane that anybody thinks that Hollywood has not been exactly in the driver's seat along with Israel, perpetuating all these lies and myths throughout our entire lives about Israel and about our duty to protect Israel. It's in every one of our big films. Because why? Because the Mossad funds all these films. Okay. And can I mention one more? Come on, you guys know the Borat problem. Borat is it's the most disgusting one. That's a Sacha Baron Cohen, CIA, Mossad agent, working directly with the Mossad. All of his characters, whether it's Borat, whether it's Ali G, whether it's Bruno, they're all not just approved by, but created by the Mossad. That's all of it. So this bullshit, I call bullshit on Daily Wire for pretending that they're doing something innovative here. The only thing innovative they're doing is being so freaking obvious. At least Sacha Baron Cohen was talented enough to and creative enough to fool you while you're watching all this Israeli garbage, because that's what that was. All of it. but it's smart. He's smart with it. This is plain dumb.
But the next.
Anyone? I got friends here. I can't just leave. Listen to me.
In the law. We cannot run or hide from what is coming. We have to fight.
I will be rewarded 10,000 times in the next life. When you die, you're nothing. Only one way to find out.
That's the American way.
I know this actor too. What was he in? He was in.
That's the American way.
He's trying to remember. He's trying to remember. Well, let's talk about it. We know. You guys know. He's an actor who was fired from Marvel. He was going to be the big new villain, Kang the Conqueror. The big they had to pull the plug because he got charged with domestic violence and a bunch of other shit. So he couldn't get a job. So he ends up what? Daily Wire goes and gets him to do this shit. What a sellout. But he's not unique. I'm going to tell you something, guys. Now, look, Israel obviously has a great history at taking disgruntled actors in Hollywood, ones that have been accused of so many things that they didn't do, like Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey loves Israel. Israel embraces Kevin Spacey. Come on, Kevin. You're safe here. No one will judge you here in Israel because we love PDFs here. We love them. So I'm not saying Jonathan Majors got accused of PDFing, but Israel was there. The Mossad was there. He said, hey, Jonathan, can't get any, Marvel doesn't like you anymore. Can't get any work. Here you go. And that's how the actor mind thinks in Hollywood. And that's why it's HOLLYWOKE. It's actually what, and that's the irony here. They think the Daily Wire audience thinks that they're fighting against woke, and they had to recruit a woke actor. That's what he ends up being, because when woke is when you do whatever the fuck you're told to do without question. And if you question it, you're told that you're not allowed to have a backbone. That's what it is. That's what woke has become. You're not allowed to have a backbone. If you protest Israel, you get kicked out of Hollywood. You don't get embraced. You get kicked out. So this is an entire scheme by Daily Wire to pretend that there's some independent people going against the big studios. No, they're not. But they know who they can get to do whatever they want, and that's Jonathan Majors. Let's hear a little breakdown from this other kid. I actually like this guy. He's speaking to a much younger audience, I believe, than Sneeko is. This is this guy's good. Check it out. We'll hear a little bit of this one.
A truly pathetic person to go from being Marvel's next Thanos to doing Mossad propaganda with Ben Shapiro. The fall off of Jonathan Major has to be studied. And it's been so severe that it can only really be explained by calling it a crash out, because it was just 2 to 3 years ago that Marvel was building up Jonathan Majors as their multiversal threat. The guy, the villain, who was set to replace Thanos as the next big thing. They invested multiple TV shows and movies into his character, called Kang the Conqueror. But in December 23, our little hero, Jonathan, was convicted of assault and harassment of an ex-girlfriend, and Disney was forced to drop him. Now, ever since 2023, Jonathan Major stopped getting offered roles. He stopped getting invited to do auditions, and he hasn't acted in any TV shows or movies since, until this year. Because thankfully, our little boy has partnered with Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's propaganda outlet, to put out what may be the corniest movie of the decade.
There are 3 ways Islam will conquer the West. Through immigration, through the wombs of our women, and by using our nation's freedoms against us.
This is the plot of the movie. This is Jonathan Major's big comeback to the silver screen. He stars as a hero, a veteran who comes to college campus at the same time that a bunch of radical Islamic terrorists take over a pro-Palestinian encampment and try to enforce Sharia law. That's a fucking sentence that only an LLM trained in Tel Aviv could come up with. That is something that, like, literally me having to say that to you guys makes me want to myself, because it's such a perversion of what happened. Do you know what violence terrorists took over the encampments in the United States? The ones that our brave student activists set up? Yo, it was our police. They fucking started beating students. They arrested thousands of us.
And I'll add to that. And this kid's good. He's pointing out the utter hypocrisy of anybody coming up with a plot like that is the complete opposite of what happened. He mentioned the police are the ones that enforce the violence and the takeover of these very peaceful protests and these encampments that were happening all over the country. And this was during the Biden administration, not Trump. This was happening during Biden and Harris. And we were there. We were covering the UCLA one. And I'll add to it, it's not just the police that did this. It was the Zionists that were local that were pretending to be on the campus, especially at UCLA. We saw Westwood residents show up to the UCLA campus, older people pretending to be students, coming in and starting fights, like attacking, taking actual like equipment that was nearby and ramming it into their tents in the middle of the night. We saw that. And then CNN misreported that. So this is, for this to be the plot, I guess I will have to say this again, like Hollywood has been promoting anti-Muslim rhetoric for years, and calling everyone a terrorist. It's our greatest threat. But so in that sense, Daily Wire is not doing anything new in that regard. But in this regard, the unique thing is that it's so freaking obvious. Hollywood studios would probably say no to this script because they would say, can you be a little more creative about how you put it? It's right in your freaking face. Sacha Baron Cohen would be like, dude, come on, man. Like make it more interesting. It's not even interesting. It's so bad. It's so one-layered and obvious bullshit that only Daily Wire would pick this up. But make no mistake, Hollywood is not against a plot like this, a story like this. They would just do it a little more snaky, I think, than this. This is not snaky. This is just so like, I know people call Ben Shapiro a snake, but a snake is more clever. It's not very clever. It's disgustingness right in your face with no attention to presentation at all.
So to think that, it's the danger is radical Islamist terrorists coming to infiltrate the pro-Palestinian movement. You're just doing Mossad propaganda. You know, guys, Israel's been aware that they've had a problem with the world turning against them for obvious reasons. And they've been trying to figure out what's the best way to get the world back on our side. And they figured out that it's not convincing people to love Israel again. It's convincing people to hate Muslims.
That's right. That's right. I'll finish this part.
It's convincing people that your country is being invaded. He's joined in recycling propaganda that covers up the fact that 3,500 students and teachers were arrested by the Biden regime.
Yep.
On college campuses for protesting this genocide. Jonathan Majors is helping the Heritage Foundation and the ruling class destroy the anti-war movement in the United States. Look up Project Esther. It's an outline with policy goals that the Trump regime is following to crush the anti-war movement in the United States forever. It means criminalizing and jailing activists for their speech. That's what makes this fall off so interestingly bad. You have a guy who was set to be the next biggest star in Western culture, but because he's a piece of shit woman beater, he lost it all. And where did he go? Where did he find refuge and comfort and stability? Well, in the darkest corners of our ruling class, with the Zionists doing genocide propaganda, doing propaganda that harms the rights of free speech and the right to assembly of all Americans. And I think that's fucking disgusting. And it's also hilarious because you know he's not anywhere near he was when Marvel was pushing his brand. So fuck
yeah.
Jonathan Majors. My name is Guy Christensen. If you appreciate this video, then please share it widely, repost, follow me, copy the link a bunch. That helps in the algorithm. If you want to keep up with my work, you can do so for free through the link in my bio on my Substack. Thank you.
Cool kid. Like it. Good perspective. This is the generation that I think pays attention to these details and looks at the timeline, right? And cares about the order that things happen in and holding people accountable for the entire timeline. And I like that he brought up the Biden administration being so people don't forget, this isn't just the Trump genocide. This is a Biden and Trump genocide and how they treated those protesters. So Hollywood is just as complicit. It's not, Marvel obviously doesn't have time to deal with this, and they're not going to even probably comment on this. They don't care. They have their blockbusters. They're putting out one after the next. They don't give a shit about Jonathan Majors or what the Daily Wire is doing. But the rest of the students, they don't really care either. So no one's gonna push back at this except for people that are broken out of that Hollywood club, right? That woke club that says don't ask questions, stay in line, put on 5 masks, Slava Ukraine, and if you have a problem with Israel, keep it to yourself because we don't want to disturb our donor class because they're going to be pissed, and then you're going to end up on a blacklist and all that shit. So there you are. That's this week in HOLLYWOKE. All right, guys, let's wrap the show up now. I just want to say thank you to all of you for tuning in today, and hope you're able to, watch more of the show. If you missed some of it, it's obviously you can find us on Rumble and YouTube and the entire show, or wait for us to put the segments up. We're going to get them out quickly. We covered a lot of COVID stuff today. We covered a lot of MAHA stuff, actually. And I just want to thank our special guest. We had TIFFANY CIANCI on. Great discussion. I'll try to get that interview up soon. Jay Scott, we covered a bunch of stuff with him as well. So, yeah, it was a good show overall. I can't announce a guest yet for Thursday, but if you guys follow me on the Twitter, I might be able to announce that by tomorrow, who we're going to have. But I do think, yeah, Quake Pasta will be back with us. Jay will be with us. We had some stories we couldn't get to today, so we'll get to those on Thursday. And then Saturday, I just want to let everybody know Leslie and I are going to be in Chicago with none other than Caleb Maupin, going to be a guest speaker / panelist. It is for the Center for Political Innovation. This is the official flyer for the event, which is the national convention for the Center for Political Innovation. That official convention is happening in Chicago on August 15th. It's an all-day event. We hope to see people out there that are near Chicago or in Chicago. If you want to just get on a plane and fly out, you can do that. But we'll be there talking about anti-imperialism. That's really the thing. It's the messaging is fighting the empire. We have to end the entire system, including not just the U.S. imperialist system in Israel. We got to end the British Empire system of imperialism, and it's all connected, man. And we have to fight the two-party duopoly. So Caleb Maupin does excellent work, and whatever we're able to film out there or share, we'll share it, we'll upload it, we'll cover it the next week when we get back. And maybe we'll do some lives out there as well. I don't think we're going to do a full live on Homeless Left, but we might end up popping in on some other shows. So look out for us. Follow us on Twitter, and we'll hopefully see you guys in Chicago. And until then, we'll just take care, guys, and we'll see you this Thursday. And we'll leave it with this one more oldie but a goodie from the COVID vault. Another song. You guys are going to love this. This is a solo this kid did. If you never saw this, it's it's loaded. And it's so hard to watch, or not. Maybe it is. Maybe it's fun to watch because you get to see how bad it actually got at the time. This kid's going to sing a COVID song and dedicate it to Fauci. Enjoy. And we'll see you next time. This is the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. Remember, guys, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. We'll see you guys next time. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
Dr. Fauci, give us vaccines. Help all the people who have been quarantined. We'll wear our masks and we'll have to stay distant. We'll wash our hands and we'll be more resistant. Fauci, yes? Promise us, please. We'll have a cure that can fight off this disease. Restrictions will lift with some ease. Dr. Fauci, don't forget me. Thank you very much.